the future. How you guys doing today? Shouts to replay gang out there. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the likes and comments. Only get a few of them, but I see you. I also see the views go up too, so I'm assuming almost as many people that watch it live watch it when it's over. That's always cool. It's January 6th, Tuesday. The same old, nothing old, maybe old. Feels like a transitional energy, like a, waiting for the elevator door to open. So we're gonna see what's going on. Shout out everyone in the chat who's piling in. Appreciate the likes, man. Why you so fast? Yeah, it's just so fast. Who hit the 3 likes? I don't even say hi yet. What you guys up to? I want to light up real quick. Breakfast of Champions in these streets. Appreciate you guys. We got TBFB13. Salute to you, bro. You good today? What's that, Tuesday? Shout out to the brother PT Cruising. Salute. I don't know what going on. Glad to be alive though. Shit. 2025 was a hell of a year, I tell you that, man. I have a feeling this year's gonna be a lot better for many of us. The bittersweet pattern of a war for America, at least. If no one's gonna intervene and stop the the New World Order, if you get it, it's always sparks growth, ideas, something, change, shift, a new way of doing things. So we already know that's underway. So we'll see. I thought the man said he wasn't going to a war. Somebody died. As far as I know, there's still no kinetic, diplomatic, or financial overcompensation to any of this on Russia's or China's behalf. So I'm confused. I don't know. Unless they're trying to plan out a longer campaign or something. And what ends up happening is, well, if they're not scheduling the next theater, then, in the meantime, like, this is some meantime ass evil bullshit, boy. Like, part of me doesn't even want to pay attention to it no more. If it's just theater, man. If they're just putting fucking X.com or Twitter in the background as Trump is talking to the White House, you feel me? It's all for the metrics. It's all for the data. And then how to game it to make money. It's gotta be an interesting way to play the game, man. Like when we're down here, how podcasts create games and stories to get attention and whatever brand deals back in the good days. But now it's like the White House does it. Oh shit. Man, we've come a long way, Olympus. TBFB13 says thumbing through the Lexum, giving a damn about their agenda. I was just about to say that. That's the same way I feel. The more I read the Bible, the more, clearer you start to see, like, it's a pattern. It has all the same flails of the old pattern, so you can kind of guess with certainty where it's going to end. And then thus, like you said, it's going back to minding my business. I'm not the bad guy in this story. They got to worry about that. So, yeah, I'm with you. Brand Mark Glass wants to free Diddy. Hashtag no Diddy. I don't know. Why would you want to do that? You gotta call your dad, man. He proud of you? That's a weird story, kid. My man's brought, May 2025 back to the chat, man. I haven't seen a bot like that in a minute. What was the other one? Hold the phone for a snapshot for Lamar Odom or whatever the fuck they had going on. It's always a foreigner. I don't know. Do I got go to China internet and be like free the Ming Empire? Go to India, start typing free Gandhi. You know what I'm saying? That's how I come across. It's so crazy. Like going to Nigeria, fucking Twitter, and be like free Kunta Kinte. Like, I guess it's funnier in their head. Go to Texas and free Geronimo. But yeah, man. What else is going on in the universe? I ain't really got nothing to talk about because there's really nothing going on in the universe. It almost feels like standing at the beach when the water runs back and you feel like you're moving, but you didn't move. It's like one of those moves. The water moved. I didn't move. Ain't nothing moved. And we really didn't even start the energy of the new year yet. But the old energy is winding down at least, so you're gonna feel that shift. If that's the case, that shit gonna linger until goddamn. I don't know. There's a lot of big astronomical changes this month. Everything's stacked in Capricorn and cool shit like that. Certain signs, not even certain signs, the signs, the parts of your life that were heavy-handed for the last, if it's been heavy-handed for the past 3 years, then it flips a lot of that for those people. It flips polarity in those areas. So I take normal. I'll take normal. The ones that puts it back to normal. Now I gotta remember fucking 4 years ago. I don't remember no more. It's been too much. I can't tell which is the pandemic and which is the crazy people in my life, or which is just me trying to figure it out. But we supposed to feel the change, feel the lightness, the shift. In the was it January 16th? January 16th and February something. And then of course again the collective March 20 something is the actual New Year energy. So they sowed the seeds for war a little kind of too early for my taste, but we'll see. I smoked tobacco nicotine. What do you smoke? Shout to King Lemuel. Refuse to lose gratitude. What's the word on the street, Big Bird? TBFB says it was all mental and self-correcting that changed my external circumstances. Wow. Not sure, but if Adam just represented instead of giving excuses, I wonder where we would be. I like those thought patterns sometimes. I don't know. I would just say, pivoting from that, like where would he be if, or where would we be if A, B, and C happen? Just in the lore. But then you, like you say, you look at it in real time and you take that as an opportunity to explore it for yourself. Like, what would the future look like if I didn't make excuses? Right? Like that's really the power of that book. Because when they wrote that book, it didn't say, "Hey, this is us. This is what we talking about. And this is a story about how we're all perfect." That book never indicate that. Like from the point that you see it written as a third party quoting someone else, like you can tell the writer is not writing with the intention to describe how perfect they are, or man is, or Israel is. They're trying to describe how perfect God is, but the emphasis is not even like it's not a book about God isolated either, right? So it's not a grimoire about Odin or Jupiter. It's very specifically highlighting God's relationship to his creation. And the creation in question that's writing is telling you, well, here is the proof of said intervention in our bloodline, and this is what they were doing, this were their circumstances, and here are some of the keys to take away, including what causes things to collapse, and including what causes you to get back on track. And then you just multiply that across time, multiple more tribes, multiple more families, and then you start picking out other characters later, and then you follow the prophet stories. But the prophet story is going to tell you something special because of his ranking in his society and his overview of the whole at the time for his perspective, and what he had to go through to in an attempt to correct the whole, or to redeem the whole, or to chastise the whole. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's an influencer, if you will. So it just gives you a window access. It's not the complete thing, right? It's not every angle. And those people who are writing that book are very versed in other degrees. They even refer to other books that we don't have access to currently. So you know what I'm saying? It wasn't the end all be all. They're writing the book that we're reading, referencing older books. You know what I'm saying? So it wasn't written all at once. They didn't all have a copy of it either, right? So they're purely exploring their culture and tradition that is spearheaded by the dogma that the book implies. It was never a call to arm. It wasn't a call to action for nobody. And then those degrees get a little bit trickier too because we're thinking about it now in the have-nots sector of society versus what they're talking about is the royal sector of society too, right? So the day to day and the drama and all the shit that we go through as American citizens versus the day to day crazy drama of these people who went from an advanced civilization to ground zero to having to be the working class of someone else's civilization to spreading out and going separate directions and growing your tribes to going to war in new territories and recompounding as a nation. And then from there, and those little stories and how that evens out, the kingdoms and the kings or the the princes or the men of renown who pop up and do whatever, something that's totally different than what the book is talking about. Because everyone's not a lumberman, everyone's not on a boat. So those different people will have a different, you know what I'm saying? They'll have a different history too, like the Moors of the water, or even the Barbary pirates we don't know about. Like they'll make some Johnny Depp movies, but the Barbary pirates a little bit deeper than that story, right? Like there's different angles from that, especially when you get to the fact that they're Muslim or Arabic. You're not going to have no English, you know what I'm saying, context from their worldview because they didn't think about it in English. So the Bible is very similar. It's like, yeah, it's talking to you, an English thinker or speaker, about concepts in English, but just like a 4K to 2K, there's a dumbing down that happened because we're translating thoughts in a paradigm that weren't in English when it happened. So there's a lot of context that we'll never get because it'll be unique to their language, whether that was Aramaic or some other version of Sanskrit or Hebrew, right? And that evolves based on those who traveled versus the ones who were captive versus the ones who never were, right? That just were on the outskirts of things, and then the tribes reconnect, and you just kind of inherit like, oh, this is what they did for the last 100 years, uninterrupted, and here we just got out of some shit, and we're gonna merge together, and then it picks up. You know what I'm saying? And that conjunction point happens a lot, especially if you think that book covers at least 800 years or greater of a timeline of people. These not everyone in that book ain't the same type of Hebrew, right? Everybody in that book ain't in the same region. They ain't the same height. They ain't got the same hair or beard. You know what I'm saying? What brings them together is their blood. Is the fact that they descend from the same grandparents. You understand? The shit multiplies real fast, especially after 800 years. So you imagine. So that's all. That's. But the wisdom of the ancestors in that book and what they attribute to what the prophet said God said, and how you can interact with that very thing or that very principle, and how you already are. But our family filtered it through a certain system. There's it's different than acknowledging that a God exists or that you as a human with an imagination or mind is able to interact with stuff in our so-called quantum universe, if you will. That book is not about that. That's what everyone misses. Like, because some people favor the more scientific reason, like, oh, if you like the Kabbalion, for instance. Like, if you want to know about universal laws, then fundamentally all you need is a Kabbalion. You don't need a Bible. You don't need any of that. You can learn about the principles of thought and manifestation by mastering those laws in any other book or supplemental concept that goes with that. Hashtag Hermeticism, hashtag Rosicrucians. And you can go down that because that didn't require a covenant with Jehovah to acquire, right? Like that, like that's perfectly fine that white people have magic and their own gods or any other culture. I'm just saying that as not Hebrew Israelite. For any of them, even the Jewish ones, right? The white ones, like they have their own thing. They borrowed our thing, obviously, in every dimension. But what they made out of that, separate from us, is their own. And it seems to be greatly effective for what they created it for, which is a mass manipulation hallucination of fiat. It's not real, but it's real in the fact that their intentions and their magic and their ways of doing things made it seem real. Like that's the flex, right? Is that people depend on it, whether or not they believe in the same thing they believe in or not. And they don't know what they believe in, which is the craziest thing about it, is as limited contact as you can fucking imagine. It just leaves everyone else fighting their own thoughts. But then enter us. We have our own thing, our own God, and our own way of seeing things. So if we implore that, as the brother intonated, if we just worry about our business, then, it kind of in our worldview, it's going to override all the other shit anyway. And we will tell you the reason why the shit's as fucked up as it is because we're not tapped into that right now currently. We're more tapped into rinse and repeat. Hard work, dream, vision board, make a list. Like, make a list to accomplish some $1 million shit that you've never done before. Like, how stupid is that fucking list? But people, they sell that. They sell that playthrough, man. And it's pretty sad. It's a new playthrough, too. None of your ancestors did that. But you see what it is. You see it for what it is today. People feel what it is today more than ever before because, the payout isn't as promised anyway. It's a lie. You know what I'm saying? It works for a little bit. It might work a lot of it for some people, but most people don't work at all. I wish we did science socially on those degrees. Like, how come most of this doesn't work for most people? Can we reverse engineer something functional here? Whereas the Bible already addresses that. So you start to see like some of those rules and some of those ways of life was more about a group functionality and not the individual, pursuit or dream of connectedness to the Most High. It was more about serving the entire whole and not the individuals. You understand? They were used a very certain way. They freed a lot of slaves. They had servants and slaves too, but you have to understand what that means to a Jew. Their servants and slaves come from the people that they conquered or just people who give them slaves because it was once theirs, transferred. And then in the culture of jubilees, which is ours, obviously not anyone else's, every 7 years, once you're forgiven or once you're basically the 7 years is a general end of your contract, even as a servant. And most servants will probably choose to stay a servant of a descendant of a pharaoh if you understand everything, because they ain't like Walmart hiring back then. So the whole paradigm is different, is what I'm trying to say. But people will compare the words and compare black people to white people through history and think we're doing the same thing. It's like, nigga, we're not doing the same thing now. So you almost always have to create at least two different threads of perspective when you read some of this stuff. Your worldview and who you are in the story, and then their worldview and who they are in the story. And imagine you and your pedigree is in that story. Where does it fit? And then you can pivot the greater wisdoms of it. You have to appreciate what they went through and appreciate what they're doing to appreciate like why it's written that way, why it seems so harsh or whatever people judgments are without reading it. It's like, yeah, if you just snap into it thinking that this you can just open this book and get the whole understanding of God or something, you're gonna fucking miss it. That book ain't talking about God. That book is talking about Israel. What makes Israel interesting is their connection to God. You're not learning about the plug, you're learning about the connect. You understand? The connect is talking about the plug, but the book is talking about the connect. It's very similar. It's eerily similar, but you watch The Wire enough, you'll get it. When in that same book, you got the plug, you got God, you got us, and then you got Marlowe's. And then you got motherfucking Omar's and shit. Sodom and Gomorrah is all over this bitch. Those people are not all living the same. Whereas in the United States, most of us, and including other countries, are living the same life. That book is not written where anyone has the same life at all. The variance in degrees of civil and uncivil, just in terms of degrees of their own local societies, is drastic. If you understand that we lived in a time, according to that book, 800 or more years ago, where everyone's a goddamn faggot. We talking about without the internet, without fucking nice restaurants, without polos, without pink. These motherfuckers, all they're doing is crashing people's castles and raping booty. This is hundreds of years ago. That's a stark contrast from what then when you finally see the 10 Commandments, you're like, yo, that's kind of crazy that these 10 rules is hard for them to follow. Now, keep in mind, they're the only niggas on the planet at the time following it. So now speak to everybody else that ain't us at the time. Then you go back to minding your fucking business. That's the point. That's what makes it impressive that they had 10 Commandments at all, because no one fucking else did. They're more like we are now than ever before, killing kids, doing sacrifices, and hiding it behind stock cards and options and papers and theories about whether or not you can afford it in a fucking subsidized slavery economy. Shut the fuck up. But when you read the Bible, you understand like we're walking around a bunch of people who are like that right now, and we're like, man, shut the fuck up. As for me and my house, we want to do it like this. We want to serve the God of Israel. We don't know what kind of man is your God. It don't even matter what your God is. Look at your results. And you understand? And it goes from there. You have to compare them at the same time. You compare anyone else at the same time. And you're going to see it very clear. You hear everything they hear about anyone else's history and human history. You're not going to get nothing at that timeline that is as advanced and sophisticated as that damn book is. First of all. Let's stop acting like everyone went to college at the same time. Everyone had the same Hebrew language at the same time, doing the same thing. Well, before you get to the language, you ain't making no damn books. If you ain't getting no damn books, you ain't doing no damn research. So what the fuck I'm asking these dickheads about the damn Bible for? You didn't have a Bible when we made a Bible. So what the fuck is your insight going to tell me about God? You weren't writing about God when we were writing about God. First of all, that didn't enter your damn brain yet. True or false? Like, what are we talking about? The fuck are we talking about? You can go to places now all over the goddamn world where people still haven't gotten to God yet. They got to the spirit of the place, yes, but they haven't gotten to, all right, this is what we got to do. This is good. This is bad. All right. No, they didn't even get there yet. Oh, we got to take over these people. Oh, we're gay. They didn't get there yet. Oh, we got to make sure we clean up our own people. People haven't even gotten there yet. And we've been got there hundreds of years ago. So you got to understand like that chasm. Like now when you here today reading the book, you're like, damn, the people around me today can't do this shit that they stood on 800 years ago. Correct. So that means it's fucking humanly impossible to be like the Israelites of that time, let alone something that rhymes with God. You see what I'm saying? Most people don't read that and they skip so many fucking steps. Like, when I read about the Hebrew Israelites, given their background history and what they went through and all the shit they had to purge out of themselves and what they became of themselves by staying on course, by standing on business through eras. Not standing on business this year, not standing on business until the manifestation comes. No, like standing on business like, yo, they told Aaron, like, Aaron, he's got the promised land. Yo, Moses ain't gonna make it there. All right, you guys out there, y'all go do this. And like, now I want to go through Caleb's. All right, hey, Joshua, I want to use you to clean up everything that Moses started. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? Like, everyone's focused on Jesus, Moses, and that. And they'll miss that this is a gradient of time happening. Like, yeah, once they got to Moses, pretty bad story. All those years prior to it. You notice that no one's writing about that shit. That speaks to the damn writer, bitch. Because he was a descendant of those people. Who the fuck in his tribe was writing then? Do the science. Now we're writing about after we got out of that bullshit. And even still 40 more years of more bullshit. That's a whole different civilization for those 40 years. All the leaders and elders of that civilization had them stuck in the desert per se. Stuck in the desert as proposed to their promised land contrast. Like they didn't want to move on. They didn't want to deal with the war and the giants and the Anak and all that shit. Cool, we understand. That was a big war they just got out of. And they're tired. And they on some bullshit still because they just came from a corrupt society. So they didn't just come out of their society and all of a sudden become innocent. It's just like mental health people. You don't all of a sudden know the damn words and affirmations and then tomorrow you're perfect. No more depression ever again. So 40 years of the same shit, but with just them. And then you enter the 10 commandments for just them in those 40 years. And this is what we're going to get right. And this is what we want to pass forward to Joshua. And then boom, and then he does the fight that they didn't do, that his elders couldn't do. You know, boomers, millennials, like, and then he carries the torch. And then the kingdoms are being built. Yet again, but if you're reading the linear of that story, the kingdom of Israel that leads up to us today is after that. So you understand, like when you're reading that book, you're even reading it before, like obviously you're reading it before us today, but no. You need to understand who we were just yesterday. You're reading it before who we were yesterday. Who we were yesterday is the greatest civilization this planet has ever known in the last 2,000 years. This everything here is a lo-fi hip-hop remix of our shit right now. No one else has their own anything. So you understand when you got to read that Bible in our relationship with God again, when you understand who you are in a relationship to time again. So in the relationship to time, math, science, these terracotta roofs, space, all that, magic, written language, mathematics, backflips, basketball, whatever you want to call it, it comes from our civilization. This is a pirated lo-fi copy of our civilization. And you just stop there. And when I say our, I mean us specifically. And the crazy thing is, once you know who we are and what this is, my ancestors specifically are the ancestors in the Bible, writing the Bible, and also modern empires. It's like a tribe called Quest. That's why that bitch all over the world. That's why everybody know our language. That's why everyone has like a reference or a copy or a simile of it. Don't quite follow it. Don't quite look like the people. Because bitch, we was all over this bitch. We still are low key. We're just not in that paradigm, but we still all out here, man. I'm sure if I go to Fiji, Australia, New Zealand, I'll find a cousin eventually. I go to UK, I'll find one eventually. Matter of fact, I got one from here over there now. Like, you understand? It happened again. Like, I'm sure if I get around Russia and the Southeast Asia side of things, I'll start finding people with my hairlines and my mustache and shit. I know it. I already know it. I already see them on Google. Like, they're there. We're there. We're everywhere. We're everywhere. We're everywhere. We're everywhere. But that person I'm talking about, that group that I'm saying we are everywhere, what we're talking about are the Israelites. Black people everywhere because it's a black planet. I'm talking about culture, civilization, and God and shit, like that concept. That's Israelites' culture. We all over this planet. One more time. We're going to do that one more time because people won't miss it. They don't confuse me with everyone and Whitney Houston and I'm every woman. They don't do that. All we are all the same people, but then look at that book by specific people and talk about their specific God, but don't talk about no one else's God that got them fucking kids and sacrificing them. Our guy says don't do that bullshit. Everyone else that you serve, work for, vote for, out here fucking children and eating them. So like, you understand? Like, I don't understand if niggas know how to read even for real. I don't even know if niggas know how to read for real. I think they just be wasting their time for real, and that'd be fine because they didn't fucking create language. So like, you understand that the people writing that book also created language. So when it looks like Shakespeare or it looks like entendres and all these other hidden factors to it, that's impressive, yes, but it's not. They created that language. Meaning they had another language before that, they had another system before that, and that's why this language can do all that cool shit that they stacked for hundreds of years of other language. You understand? You understand that? You understand everything. So yeah. So if it's true, if God is true, then the reason why we have such an imprint on the world civilization is because of what God and our discipline and those laws and those rules and struggling with keeping up with that. Easy. It wasn't given to us. Like we're warriors. We took it. We took it by force, by discipline, by honor. We took the punishments too. We took the setbacks too. You think the last slavery was pretty bad, all 100 years tops? The fuck nigga, we're Indians. Nah, that shit in Tartaria was tough, my nigga. That Salmonessa shit was like 400 years, like in real life 400 years. This bullshit is implied 400 years because no one knows how to fucking read. So that's two different stories. So we came out of that, and we came out of this, and we'll come out of whatever's next as well. Because we're Israelites. That's what that book is talking about. Because it never talked about perfection. People conflate like the Bible's about God, and it's like it can absolutely be. But why did the writer write it? They don't tell you God or someone write it. Who the fuck said that? What the fuck are y'all talking about? Half the references in that book are from Egypt. So when they wrote that book, then they said, let's take some of our ancestor from Egypt references, culture, civilization, because what the fuck? How are we going to put this together? What are we doing with this? Where are we going with this? On Moses, where are we going with this? Because this happened after Moses, didn't it? That book was written after Moses, wasn't it? Were we here before Moses? Yes, we were. Do you have that book? No, you don't. So what is this book about? Why is the Holy Roman Bible of King James, why is that book out at the time it comes out? Versus any other book, any other religious book. Remember, we got Zoroaster school, we got the Quran, we got that too. That's all of our shit. Like our kingdom. Our kingdom. You know how like your United States has like mosque and churches? Yeah, can you fucking imagine now a king above it, but the king would be a Jew or an Israelite. And you would still have all those things in your public. You imagine like nothing fucking changed besides the fucking liars who colonize and occupying and squatting on your land. Now you remove them from that and put your own leaders back. And you notice how everything still kind of says the same? And you don't know how you act when you're supposed to get around a king. And when you take your ass back home, ain't no one worrying about what the fuck you're doing anyway, are there? So what's this big deal about religion? If our fundamental concept is peace, and you get peace from minding your fucking business. That's why most people are flunked out emotionally and mentally with the social media doom scroll. It's because they're not minding their fucking business in the most literal, easy to see way. Like those feelings, those vibes you're getting from so many other people and so many other impressions and sigils is making you feel away. That's it. It's not what the content is. It's the actual nature of that we're not minding our business as much as we should be. or if we're spending more time minding their business than we are minding our own. You start to see it just fold out. You just do universal law. We ain't got to talk about what you believe in to get that, make that common sense, right? Half of that book ain't talking about what you need to believe in. Damn near 100% of it's common sense. But you gotta understand who he's voicing it to. And then now you pick up our civilization 6, 7, 800 years after that's written with their intentions, and then you see all the dastardly shit that's happened to civilization, period, and all the other minor resets and floods and all that shit, and famines and niggas dying and stupid ass wars or greedy assholes. And then you're like, oh, can finally breathe. Now let's get back to this Bible. And you're like, wait a minute. I don't recognize who I am in it no more. I understand everything. Common sense. Now it's 2026, and people are coming back who kind of understand it better and teach it better and read it better now. Mm-hmm. Took a long fucking time, didn't it? It took a long time for motherfuckers to know how to read that shit. Now imagine all the work that went into writing it hundreds of years ago. Our ancestors. No one else's. Don't stop fucking playing with us. So if they don't agree with the way that we took out of our time to curtail, to quantify, to put in a box, if you will, the idea of our connection and interaction in duty and responsibility as it refers to us in divinity. Right. Because that book is about us and our relationship to divinity. And if anyone else who's not us in or the divinity of us jumps in and changes and modifies and gives their opinion and what they believe and what they heard, that is a cool story. That's how language works. But that's not our story. And a lot of people can't do that. They can't separate the narrative of Christianity for some reason. There's no Christians in that book or any other books, actually. But you know what I'm saying? Like that convolution, that extra external foreign input as a concept in your own language on top of that. And it gets messy because they're talking in English, but they're not using English concepts. They're talking in English about Hebrew Bible, but they're not having a Hebrew frame of mind. So there's no way in human history they'll ever understand what the fuck that book's got going on. That's probably the only reason why most people have a problem with it, or church and all this stuff. Because I could tell you, as a person who's been looking at everyone read it, preach it, talk about it, they never really fucking seemed to me that they understood what the fuck was going on. God is good. Cool fucking story, bitch. What the fuck is going on in this shit? Why niggas getting killed? What the fuck going on? Man was fucking his sister? What's that about? Yo, it seemed like Abraham was pimping Sarah. You know, that's what we call it today. Maybe they didn't call it that then. I mean, maybe they didn't have pimps yet, but that's what it is. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you see it. You see it clear. Like, oh shit. The angels came down from heaven to fuck on bad bitches. And then you a real nigga and you think about it like, damn, motherfuckers out here lying and pretending like they're good people to go to heaven just for me to go up there and turn around like, damn, I left the bad bitches down here. So like, if the people waiting for me upstairs are coming down here for these bitches, I better figure out a way to fit in. Understand everything? So like, you have a different thought pattern when you take that shit literally. Like, they thought the women down here at their time apparently were so beautiful that it was worth leaving heaven, right? And leaving whatever space they exist in that's way more advanced than this one to come down here on some cowboys and Indians and start a fucking family. And now if you read that book one more time with that degree, you'll understand it will be impossible for it to be everybody's damn daddy. So if the story starts with the people of this book ain't everybody's daddy, then why does everybody need to pivot off of that version of God and religion in the book anyway? It makes no sense to me. It makes no sense to me. People arguing about Christianity. It has nothing to do with the Bible. Makes no sense to me. People arguing about Israel, Mossad, and all the other shit. They don't read Bible or quote scriptures. It makes no sense to me. It's almost like all these people are afraid to actually read the Bible. And that speaks way more volumes about them than it ever will about me. That book ain't that damn scary. It's so simple. You just have to believe, or you have to give in to the fact that a worldview is being created by the authors. And if you do not subscribe to that worldview before you get into it and start analyzing it with your worldview, you're going to miss all the wisdom anyway. Because the author knows some motherfucker from outer space came down and got his grandmother pregnant. And he's writing from that awareness. He's not writing from the awareness of, I heard about this one time there were these other beings that came down and kidnapped women. No, no, no. He's writing saying, hey, yo, they got us. I am one of the hybrid children that from the angels that came down and got the women pregnant. And then you do it again in the New Testament, acting like it's so many years different between damn Abraham and Jesus, as if, bitch, it's the same family. Cut it out. And then when Jesus show up, it's on the same type of story. Like, damn, God really be inside of these people. Right, and he's a jealous God. So how are many other gods down here inside of these people? Then you need to read about it. Then you understand the sacrifices. And someone said they met the devil in Miami or Hollywood and had a hotel room, and they're talking about a person. They're talking about a person. They're talking about a person. When they talking about Jesus, they're talking about a person. They're talking about a person. When they talking about King James, they're talking about a person. Like right here. These people are writing about the people they saw. And they attribute this worldview onto which you don't see. And of course they would be the people to do that because they gave you all of the degrees of the unseen. On Solomon they did. On demonology they did. So you got to understand that King James assembled the Bible again with a degree of understanding of demonology, bitch. So it might have been 300-400 years in captivity over here, stranded over there, boats just minding your business, fucking bad bitches and trading fucking coffee over there. And then you sit down again, and this guy from the bloodline of Judah, King James, comes again, and he has a very, 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 very good appreciation for witchcraft and spellcraft that ruined the Dark Ages, since he's one of the goddamn King of Kings there. And he goes, maybe we should document this phenomenon. My grandfather Solomon and them didn't tell us nothing about this bullshit. And he goes through that degree, and then he says, let me go back to the ancestor scrolls and put this Bible back together again. For his kingdom. Obviously, they came from another kingdom. Can you imagine? They're Tartarians, bro. That's the thing about Tartaria. It would make way more sense if you understand that we're from Tartaria. It would make way more sense. You understand how they killed our whole history at once. Like all the hidden history is the same person. It's all Jesus. All the Indian stuff, all the Tartarian stuff, all that stuff is just, it's Jesus. So when you know that, and you look at the rest of the world that's in authority of these narratives and these positions and these institutions that we built, and they tell you we built them. So you gotta start really using your brain, Israelite. If we built them, how come we don't hold them or own them now? You want to tell me African slavery gave an Israelite castle to someone from Poland? I don't give a fuck who you put into slavery, bitch. None of them built it. I asked a different question. Not the black people built the castle. No, Israelites built that castle. How come Israelites don't own it today? Israelites ain't gone. I'm an Israelite. I'm still here. So I don't know anyone that kind of looks like me. Like, what the fuck going on? How come we ain't got our buildings that our grandfathers built? Well, I gotta ask the Masons for permission? On Hiram and Mabith. On Solomon, I gotta ask the people who study our shit. You understand? You understand like how far and fucked up our civilization is, as we're reading the same Bible about other people who lived in a very similar fucked up situation. So the power of that Bible is that it actually is a documentary of how to navigate yourself through fucked up situations in terms of epochs, eras, and time with these niggas. You understand? If you understand that, you understand everything. Then you understand like, oh shit, I ain't got no moves. Correct. It's all foley. It's all chasing the wind. Oh shit. That's what the God part is about. You're getting it. You're getting it. They won't get that. If they just starting with Proverbs, they ain't going to get that if they just starting with what they heard about something. No, you got to really take it serious and try to understand at least context. And then reread it. Then go, oh, these motherfuckers are fighting for their life out here. That's a survival scroll. They tell you that. First, let me tell you how we survived the flood. Nothing else that's fallen apart in this society is as extreme as that. Not even war. We talking about without any notice, your whole world upside down. Volcanoes, black moons, blacked out skies, animals being weird, everything fucked up, earthquake, earth splitting. You saw the crudes? Like everything fucked up. And you gotta move. Like, we document that. So, like, little justice and Democrat and funding for gold and treasuries, if you live in that reality, you have to subtract that from theirs. Because that's the stupidest shit ever. And we're not the stupidest people. This is a stupid fucking system. So, yeah, if you're trying to use a more advanced system to look at this stupid fucking system and you forget what makes the system fucking stupid when you read that book, then you'll go, oh, most people are just stuck because they keep thinking it's all of us. All of us. All of us. No. That book ain't about all of us. Whitney Houston write that. It's not all I'm every woman. It's not even I'm every Israelite on top of that either. It's the survival scrolls of the people who took God serious. These are their stories. These are their results. When did we get confused about heaven? Was Moses trying to, did Moses leave his stepfather or his actual father, I think, but did Moses leave his dad's house and listen to the voice that he heard and freed all the indentured servants of fucking reprobate Israelites and take them to their promised land? Which was the point of that story, is that Abraham was promised the promised land and these niggas were captured and interrupted. First of all, they're always going to the promised land, stupid. They just ended up in captivity. Now pause the tape. Now when you read that Bible, you'll understand that shit was already given to their damn grandfather Abraham. He already had everything. So how the fuck did these niggas end up worrying about pharaohs coming knocking on their door, killing their firstborn children? Then you go back right before Abraham. Remember the pharaohs before Abraham felt kind of slighted because Abraham didn't tell them that was his wife, and the plagues and their God of Israel attacked them. And then later, the same gods of Israel, grandchildren, are in captivity by the guy from the same story. You gonna read that book one day? Well, my niggas gonna tell me what happened in 900 fucking episodes of Shippuden. Niggas gonna tell me what the fuck happened in every fucking season of Stranger Things. Motherfuckers take some shit on Netflix way more serious than the thing they want to debate about life after death and supernatural abilities with. And that's why you just can't take that shit serious, though. What I'm saying is the writers is taking that shit way more serious than anyone else that's trying to fucking figure it out. Like, it's so fucking serious that it's consistent by other writers who ain't even met each other. Like, it's that fucking serious. The principle of what the fuck they dad said is that fucking serious. It's that fucking serious. And I know it is. And that's the ill shit about it. I'm not just saying that. I know it's that serious. I can't fucking fathom how much more higher their degrees was than us because their context was different. I can't imagine us in our right mind and our right own civilization following our laws and principles and doing all the right things and mustering all of that energy and then boom, and using it. I can't fucking fathom that. But they did. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got a handicap reading that shit. You can't fucking fathom what they already did because we're not in that projection. We're not in that position. We're back. We are reading that book in captivity, waiting for Moses. One more time. For comparison purposes, Israelites today, we are literally in the timeline of that story where we're in captivity yet again, similar to the time where we're waiting for Moses or a Messiah or a Jesus, right? You notice our book has quite a few of those. What are Messiahs and Jesuses and Moses is known for doing? Taking us, Israelites, out of captivity with the rest of the reprobate world that's fucking itself. Does that sound familiar to you? Anyone in the chat? That sound familiar? That sound familiar? That sound familiar? Oh, wow. Yeah, they wrote about that same scenario 800 fucking years ago. Can you fucking imagine? Now, imagine we didn't go through that 800 years in a row because these new assholes who weren't in that book weren't in this country either. So we know what happened to us by deductive reasoning. And that's how it becomes a fucking history book. History, look. They wasn't fucking there. That wasn't our fucking position. They're fucking here. Look at our fucking position. Did God or the devil do that? Or did these bitch ass niggas I don't know do that? Then you have to write another book about that. But we can go to our old book and borrow our ancestors' principles. Well, let's get back to fundamentals. Damned if we did, damned if we didn't. Ah, shit, what was they doing when they were in captivity last time? I can tell you, fuck all that shit. What did they do as soon as they get out of captivity? Golden calves, bullshit, fires, this, that, doing all the magic, all the stupid shit they learned in captivity with these United States citizens for about 40 more years, even after their Messiah came. Now do the science again. So even where we're standing out pivotally, even if a Jesus could get back, the majority of these goofy niggas here will need another fucking 40 years before it kicks fucking in. That shit just got serious. What other book in history do that about people? And then tell me, what other fucking people in history have that predicament besides mine? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit better than a history book. It proves itself. Patterns, sequences. It's like a core book for niggas. He said, pimps up. Nah, we ain't no pimps. Abraham was. Compose your son. 2 kill dates this month. You know the devil only work when the sun is far back. TDFB 3. They finna do the motherfucker to New York bad acting at its best. 3. Increases your magnetism. Come on now. Shout to Shogun L, squad. Demon down, MG Live. You about to roll in, squad. Shout to Harut, man, Denmark. We in the building. Jonathan Lee says, we'll be back later. I'm having a work meeting. I got my like in. I appreciate that, bro. Shout out to you in the future version. We got Harut on the track. Worldwide Tartarians. Come on, man. We out here for real. Real gospel. Peace to everybody. HTRPD. I see you, man. Yeah, it's a wonderful book. I'm pretty sure we had thousands of them. But someone smuggled this one into this story. So here we go. Shout out to Benjamin Banneker one more time. That's probably the main reason why we still have a copy of it. Yep. These white evangelists ain't gonna tell you that shit. That's some black Indian guy vetted to their federal government to keep the American Bible. But we're not Christians. Keep that in mind. Benjamin Banneker read the Bible. Benjamin, the tribe of Ben. Can you imagine? In Pennsylvania. The tribe of Ben in Pennsylvania, next to New Jerusalem. Can you imagine? Playing his little Occupied Society's game with these niggas. So, yeah, I think I can get around them. Read it again. Read Benjamin Banneker's letter to Thomas Jefferson, then read Benjamin Banneker's almanac. Just any of it. And get a feel for him. Get a feel for the writer and that he's not a slave. He's a black guy in the time of slavery, but he's not a slave. He's half Jew, half indigenous, Israelite, whatever, but the way your history is told, black, white, Europe, American, like, he's just half American Indian and half black European. Fundamentally the same thing. But for the sake of the story frame that they've given us, Hamilton, you might miss that when you read it. But what's only important about that is that he's a Judean, he's an Israelite. And he's interfacing with people who is everything but him. And he's the one with the square and compass. He's the one who's did the astronomy, the almanac, the layout of DC, and et cetera, and et cetera, et cetera. This is per their lens, filter. But there's some ominous black guy who, for somehow, knows all of these degrees and things. And no one other white guy around his time just claimed they taught him that to take the degrees from him at a time where the Moors are presidents. But they're not going to tell you who those Moors are around them. They're going to imply that he's a black guy in the time of slavery, so it must have been white people teaching him something. And that's the most evil thing about our history is that without the context, people assume that to be true. Now just copy and paste the Bible, right? People without the context of the Bible misinterpret what it's trying to say to you. So the same thing with Benjamin Banneker. Like, you read it from the fact that he's free, that he's in his homeland, that he knows he's in New Jerusalem, that he knows that something weird is going on, that he may or may not like it, but he's going to stay and fight for his brothers here, since they're being taken prisoners of war in real time as of his writing. So there is no African slaves incoming. They're locking up the niggas already here as of his writing, is what I'm saying to you. You gotta understand. So they weren't locked up. Those black people weren't locked up prior. So they were free the whole time on that same land, because he's not referring to Africans in Pennsylvania now, is he? But he's vetting for like letting these particular prisoners go, and he's reminding Thomas Jefferson how you felt when you were just a goddamn slave, and that you prayed to your divine God, their deist, for your freedom, right? On some Rosicrucian Hermeticism shit. He's talking about when Thomas Jefferson was free. Was Thomas Jefferson an African slave? So what was he? Who had him as a slave? And what is that story? How come we never have those stories? How come we don't have the eunuch and Mameluke army story? How come we don't have? Because if they're a Mameluke or a eunuch, it implies that they're slaves to someone. Who is the someone that had all these slaves and brought them to America? What is their name? Why we keep starting with Jewish ships and African slave trade in Ghana and some bullshit they making up? Like, nah, like, what's the name? You gotta have a name, boss. It's a eunuch army. That's a little bit different than, oh, I got a eunuch force. No, it's a eunuch army that's fighting on foreign territories for another foreigner. Who's the foreigner that owns the Mamelucan eunuch army? You know, their robes, their boats, their weapons. Who's that guy? Who's the guy that bankrolls that gets all that production going with these Indians and trees? Like, who's the guy that made all the guns, Bruce? Can we name him? Can we name him? I would love to name him. They don't sound like no Quakers. They don't sound like no Amish people. They don't sound like no fucking the Mayflower ass people. These motherfuckers didn't know how to fucking make a damn dinner. So so you know they ain't making no goddamn military, bitch. So why are there slaves in the Americas being managed by a military? And if so, whose military is it if the United States isn't even the United States yet? No, nobody here know the context of none of those stories. And that was just the other day. That's how scary time is, and that's how much scarier propaganda and mass media is. It erases history by giving you a narrative. And the narrative can be true about towards someone else. Like, yeah, Masons and everyone can absolutely tell the story of inverting their red coats into blue ones and betraying niggas, and then like, woo, 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 we took over the corporation, fuck the king of whoever the fuck they were working for. Cool fucking story. But as soon as they did that, they went to my goddamn grandfather's damn house and found all the letters from Sidi Muhammad, by the way. And now they're in a scurry writing back like, damn, we owe you something, by the way. And then you ain't got no fucking Netflix season about what the fuck that was. And it'd be the coolest fucking TV show because it'd be based on the goddamn truth, and it'll lead you right into the Barbary Wars. And then you tell the fucking stupid ass fucking story about the goddamn blacks and the whites and the racist stupid hicks about the goddamn Civil War. Why the fuck do you talk about that? How does that tell me why the weird white people in the goddamn mountains are racist? Bitch, the Civil War was in the water. That's why Richmond, Virginia is fucked up. What the fuck are they talking about? It's a coastal battle. What the fuck's that got to do with a nigga in Tennessee? Like, are we fucking serious, bitch? So these people and these farmers are just losing their shit, running through acres of hostile Indian territory, killing other people that look like them just to steal their houses. Fuck out my face. Which side of the war you on? What the fuck you talking about? How you on a side of a war and you're not Indian? This is an Indian land. There's no time for it to be nothing else. Not as the Civil War. Are y'all fucking retarded? Y'all forgot they made all Indians black people. Now undo that moniker, you dumb bitch. You're not black people, you're Indians. So you've been in the South. So you understand the story wasn't, you weren't in the South because you're from Africa. You were in the South because you're Indian. And you've been an Indian in the South since Indians have been in the South. Right? Because my family of Indians come from the South. And my shit goes straight to the kings of Europe. So I know if my nigga Indian family's in the South, and I know we're Jews and Indians and Cherokee and Saponi, and I know that, and we knew that as of this century. No one's not known that. But we don't have a federal designation with the white people who decided to kill the kings of Jews. Do you remember the story? They didn't tell you that part of the story. That's crazy. That's why they should tell you a little bit about the Barbary Wars. Like, oh, United States, you were in the Barbary Wars. And then you went to a naval civil war. It sounds like you upgraded your technology. That was a crazy story they should tell. They should tell it. Tell the truth, shame the devil. Look at the Civil War submarines. The fuck? What's the submarine going to do in Raleigh, North Carolina, bitch? What the fuck a submarine gonna do in Texas? Or are you serious, bitch? What the Civil War got to do with California? Nothing. They didn't even have California, remember? Some motherfuckers in the United States is telling you some fucking slave story, and the slave story is limited to the United States, and that's like 13 little counties. All the way up until goddamn 1900. What the fuck y'all talking about? You think no other niggas was in America in a continent full of niggas in America from Colorado, Wisconsin, Chicago? You know, it's not like Chicago don't come up in American history too much. You hear about any history in Chicago, you're like, French, point disabled, something, something. All right, stack it up. All the Indians are black over there in Chimexum. All the French people that you put the bus over there are black in Chimexum. When did that turn into white people telling niggas that they can't use their water fountains? It would have to be after Napoleon. Hello, is this thing on? Do it for me one more time. Run it back. Go run back to Chicago. Run back to Point du Sable for France for Napoleon. Black Point du Sable with a black Napoleon. Do the science. Commander of Napoleon's army is a black guy. I wonder what Napoleon is. Anyway, to a black Indian territory, right? Ain't no white Indians up there, is there? Where they at? They speak Arabic? Why they speak Arabic? We can discount their whole fucking Dollar Tree story. You white speaking Arabic? Why? Without knowing niggas or Moors? So you speaking language from niggas and Moors, but you didn't know that niggas and Moors is where you talking about you got woo 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 territory. Fuck out my face. Anyway, Chimexa, you got us there, and whoever else wants to be there. But you got to understand it's named after us. So we're there. Point du Sable's there, another Moor, French Moors, African Moors, where the fuck they want to be today. None of them are white. And then that's all the way up until the Civil War time, my niggas. So what is this? Oh, the African slaves. And then the white people who never been to the West, brought them to Chicago, and that's why black people all through 1700, 1800s were in Chicago as slaves. Cool. Let's run that story. There's black people enslaved on the other side of Mason-Dixon, where all these territories are. Have you seen Chicago, bitch? They've been there the whole fucking time, bitch. So who is their slave masters if they're not part of the United States? Run it all the way up to the Civil War date. The United States is nothing as of the Civil War. So before the Civil War, if there's slaves over there, who are the slave masters if they're not the United States? You don't have to tell me somebody that rhymes with a Moor or an Indian. So what the fuck are we talking about? What's the significance of slavery if you're just telling me that prisoners or penal colony people were sent from somewhere else to the Americas and they ended up in Chicago in a territory full of niggas? Then you today imply that all niggas had that story. No, the niggas of that story that white people are telling you, and because you notice they're never telling our story, they're telling you the story how they brought black people here, and that's how they got away from their ass. No, they got away from their ass and came into our Moorish Indian territories where niggas are till this day. That's my territory till this day, especially as of the Civil War. Especially, we got the annexation of Texas, House Resolution 137. Do comma or do Command F, type in the word more. And then you want to ask yourself, why the fuck is there Moors in the Civil War? What, America had a Civil War with Morocco and Africa? Are you fucking retarded? The Barbary Wars and Sidi Muhammad represent Morocco, right? In your Civil War document, House Resolution 137 says the land belongs to the Moors, but they're not in fucking Africa. So can you do the science one more time, bitch? Where the fuck's Morocco if during the same time they having a fucking civil war and annexation of Texas, the damn document says the land belongs to Morocco? More? Like the fuck? On Sidi Muhammad, dog. Come on, dog. We're Israelites. Israelites ain't a name of a religion. The fuck is wrong with people? We're Israelites. We are the descendants of Israelites. The Israelites in charge here have a Mohammedan demonstration for political purposes. You better do what the fuck they said. You seen their weapons? All right then, on Khan Conqueror. Like the fuck is going on? Remember, you had to have Genghis Khan first for the vibe to change, and the vibe changed when we brought the vibe here. And that's how this happened before they got here. They waited till they're all long gone and dead, and then they started this bullshit. That's the story we are born in. We know. But that's after the Civil War. So all the history about the United States and all the implications and all the stories they tell and politics they tell is a goddamn lie. They only have from the Civil War. I'm talking about the de facto United States of white people. That none of those people are them. They would be here today. Their kids would be here today. Hi, I'm one of the kids. I'm here today. You know who their kids are right now. Why did all of their founding people, all the founding white people, all their kids just died? But the founding people, their kids, hi, I'm Dwayne Smith. Smyth. We get myth from. We're Mithra, or Smith, or Smithson, or builder, or carpenter, or warrior, or builder. Genghis Khan's army, same story. Us. So, nah, Tartaria first. You gotta do Tartaria first. You know what I'm saying? The Bible's like the prequel to that. That happened. We got other books for it, but they don't give it to us. And then we happen here, mellow, chilling, minding our business. And then these assholes came over here looking for treasure. You know their story. Looking for treasure and a reason to kill niggas to steal it. Unum sanctum, doctrine of discovery. Wow. And then we be beefing and trying to figure out what the truth of the matter is and what's going on. It's like, no, stupid bitch. United States is unum sanctum. That's what it is. It's still called the United States. You're still under unum sanctum. The end. They could have been changed the name. It goes bankrupt enough times for them to restart their corporation. They could have picked a new name if they wanted to. Ain't like you voting for anything else they're doing. So you understand? It's way. This shit is like when you get it. You get it, and then you get the fucking dickheads that did this to us are currently dead. You gotta understand, just like how our ancestors died, and then these dickheads came and did that to us. Well, the dickheads that came that did that to us, they're dead. So this is very important to the Israelites today. The people who subdued us, or the narrative of us, or took over the coastal towns, thus having access to international narrative, those people, these dickheads, they're not here no more. To God be the glory. They're all fucking dead. That's from the Civil War. So, some of them may have lasted until the 1950s. They're all fucking dead. What we're interfacing with today, politically, is the same story for them. Like, if the Bible is about them and they're reading it as them, right? But they're reading it from the perspective of the shadow of our light. They're saying that they're expanding and doing everything right. They can't fathom that that's off. They can't fathom that they're in the wrong, because that's how their fathers started this story. What I'm saying to you is their fathers and grandfathers are fucking liars. And that encapsulates the fact that they lied to their own fucking kids and their friends' kids and their immigrant neighbor kids and the Jewish kids and the German and the Poland kids. They lied to all of them the same way. They built them up in their privilege to operate in the factory-built society that they contrived. They're doing it now. Agenda this, agenda that. Now imagine, go back to Agenda 1933, and they did the same shit to them on Project Paperclip, right? You got your mama and papa scared of the Nazis, but meanwhile you go to school and this new German teacher, she's one of the fucking Nazi daughters. And you ain't supposed to notice nothing, because she can do a fucking little name change when she comes to Americas with a new birth certificate, a new identity, and fucking subsidized housing as part of a federal agreement with these white guys in the Bush family. You remember the story? All right. So like, if you got to segregate yourself from the story again, because you were once segregated when they told their story, remember? That means when that segregation period wasn't optional, bitch. We never lived next to you. The fuck you talking about? Segregation. Fuck you. Your dumbass just got here. Who the fuck you segregating? You're just trying to push the niggas and Indians out of their cities because your lazy ass didn't want to build one. Tell the fucking truth, you damn demon. Civil War. They don't blame the Civil War for why they did that. Why they ended up in neighborhoods and territories they didn't fucking build before the Civil War. Yeah, I won the Civil War and I got this stuff, but the black people had to leave. What the fuck, nigga? Shut the fuck up. Anyway, so that's recent history of they dumbass. Now imagine that stupid ass civilization that can steal names, dolls roll, money bag, carpet bag, fucking make up anything. They all changed their names. They made up their names. What's in the name, bitch? And like, they're not Christians. Like, cut it fucking out, Israelite. Like, they're none of the shit that they use their language model to describe. So when they go to school and study and go into history, they're looking at it through that filter. That's why they never make no damn sense. Their story don't make no damn sense, because it's a lie. And that's the only thing. It's them building it off of a lie without acknowledging they're building off of a lie. And that's the Jenga block. Once they go, oh shit, our whole thing is a lie. Yes. And there goes all your confidence, all your rights, all of your assumptions, all about your divine destiny. All that shit goes to hell in seconds. But in real life, it's been going to hell. Because it's exactly what I said it is. All those people are dead. They started really making people retarded for real, bro. I think they overdid it. I think they did. I think the gay guys really thought they had the ball the longest or something. They live longer. I don't know what's going on, but they're dead. Absolutely dead. They have no agenda. Their agenda now is to scramble and contain what they have now, which is nothing. Because we're not pretending, right? You understand? Like, what I'm saying is not pretend. These are the kids of the pretenders. So they're scrambling to fix a pretend in-game scenario. But their game is already over. You understand? The game is already over. There's no game. They can't. What are you going to be talking about? Fighting for what? What are we talking about? You're wasting missiles. Your game is already over. None of your kids and none of your people in this society remember anything I'm talking about no more. It's willy-nilly in this bitch. You don't need AI and data centers. Highly ineffective. Like, so you're creating you're accelerating the what's that shit, that stupid ass movie? Idiocracy curve. That bell curve is broken. Nah, we passed idiocracy. Because you don't even have a reference to what happened, to how people got here. Because everyone's so fucking distracted by Trump. They're never going to go back in history after this. They're never going to go to try to reconnect the line because he broke all their rules. He broke all the trajectories of what the narrative was by existing. By getting away with what he gets with, he exposes the rest of the system. By all the shit that happened with us with Big Pharma and COVID, it exposes all of that system. And the food, and the farmers, and the price, and the cost, and the gas, and the oil, and oil, and oil. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, the jig is up. Like, they were only in power because all of that was hidden. Their power of social, moral, authority, integrity, positioning. They're not at that position anymore. As a culture, as a collective, as a government, it doesn't have the posturing or positioning no more. All it has is what it always has: the threat and use of force. But okay, then what? Narrative wise, we're bullying the world for resources by force because we don't have anything else. In 2026, you only been here since the Civil War for real, pulling the strings and shit. So from the Civil War until 2026, the end of that stupid ass slave revolution bullshit, betray the Indians one last time for the vibes, as if we didn't deal with that for 400 years prior to your stupid ass. But now you have this standoff where we're trying to figure out, well, the leader of the corrupt organization is doing illegal shit, and we're all going free fall with him. Someone, anyone, please stop him. Let's assume tomorrow it all stops. What's up? Assume Trump is removed tomorrow. United States, paradigm-wise, what's left as of now? Everything is going to sound like everyone's just going to like take a deep breath and go, I guess I'm going to go back to work tomorrow. Like, what's left after that, narrative-wise? White people had a mission in the 50s and 60s. You know this, when they were terrorizing us. It sounded like they terrorized us to move in, and they weren't there a damn day prior, if you ask me. Because what the fuck were they terrorizing us for? White people were terrorists for the first half of the 1900s. Like, if we really want to tell the truth about shit, you should tell your kids. Like, those were terror events. Black Wall Street is terrorism. The diner shit and the burning of the churches is terrorism. Everything that happened, all the shit that my family built on the coast, and I know it's my family because it's our coast, was burnt and all that shit. It's because these white people came here and burnt it down. They're some fucking terrorists. All the way through the 1920s. All them hanging events and all those pictures you see of the hangings of niggas, those aren't the hangings of slaves. Those are those German and Polish people that just came here in World War I and World War II doing that shit. Those pictures are from the 50s. That's what led to the civil rights movement of the 60s. These new white immigrants coming onto the East Coast, hanging niggas long after the Civil War and slavery. How can a motherfucking German Polish bitch that never fought in any goddamn war in America trot her goofy ass here after 1930 and take an issue with a black Indian, Moor, whatever it is, and then get away with also hanging, terrorizing, and burning down their churches and shit? Do the fucking science on that one for me, please, white Jesus. So we immigrated a bunch of fucking terrorists here, and you're fucking confused that their kids shoot up schools. Bitch, they came here burning down ours. Like, and the only time you have this conversation, like that conversation, is for everyone else that's not us. We've been seeing this stupid shit. Look, the first little black girl to go to this stupid ass school in these cities they occupied. You saw that she needed a damn officer because Bernie Sanders and them niggas telling the little nigger she can't go to school in her mother's land in the damn temple that her dad's built 100 years ago. And like, y'all think that's normal. Like, this whole society is just like, oh, that was a different time. You talking about a different time when y'all came here as fucking terrorists. Y'all terrorized the Indians, thus us. You terrorized the free black Africans that you didn't even know. You weren't here with them. If your ass is burning down shit to get land, you dumb bitch, you didn't have a plantation. Are you fucking stupid? Like, you understand, it's implied when you know the ropes, you know the game that's being played. You know who PB Randolph is and what year it is. He's not a slave. Like, when you stop playing with these fucking stupid people who brought Nazis to teach us our goddamn Board of Education after the 50s. Like, when you take that little bookmark real fucking serious, then you realize anything you learn after that date's a goddamn lie coming from them. The people who are just fucking terrorizing niggas and Indians all the way through Reconstruction. They're fucking terrorists. Funded by Jewish Rockefellers and Rothschilds. The same way that Soros and BLM does. The same way they do it now, they did it back then, but they didn't have cameras on them, so it was worse. You know, shame or guilt or something. Ain't that the history of the United States, guys? Someone tell me in the chat. 3 in the chat if that's the history of the United States. That black people had a hard time with Jim Crow because white people were terrorizing us, not because of politics. Why the fuck would you need to vote for any of your people? You moved to our land. You used our labor. It's implied. We were here longer than you. Whether you want to call us black or white. We were the people that came here to terrorize us just got there. They just got there. They didn't build nothing. They were never a farmer. They never had a plantation. They just got brand new names. And they terrorized us. That's recent human history, correct? Like, while we talking about the Taliban and the Houthis and what's going on in Iran and boo-hoo-hoo Gaza, la 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 la. Like, white people get to shave their face and put a fucking suit on, and the whole world forgot, like, from Civil War, Reconstruction, to fucking killing Martin Luther King and murdering Malcolm X. White people have been terrorists in the United States for the past 100 years. If you watch any of the movies about Rosewood and stuff in the HBO depiction funded by Jewish people, Weinstein, telling this story, and you look at the white people in the story, just look at that movie again, like, these are terrorists that just moved here. When you watch Django Unchained and you in Candyland, a bunch of black people in Candyland, there's a black guy in the Candyland house, you know a white boy ain't built that house, and the white boy talking got a fucking accent, so he ain't from there. I wonder what that story is, dickhead. So, like, we think fucking sellouts are. Some niggas did it to themselves. We get it, but everyone got a dollar. Everyone got a price. We get it. We get it. They ain't got fucking to do with this goddamn story they tell on how to justify what happened to blacks and whites and civics and Democrats and Republicans skipping 80 years of white immigrants fucking burning down our cities. That's called terrorism. Those the first green card holders came over here as fucking terrorists, bitch. They burnt down our cities, bitch. They burnt down our printing presses, bitch. They incorporated it the date after. So go right now, go to Wilmington Incorporated date, and then go to the Declaration of the White Man Independence, because they brought their ass here as slaves. That group of white men in that part of North Carolina. I don't know their fucking backstory, but I know their vagina. Read it. These are prisoners. These are terrorists. The fuck wrong with y'all? That's the real United States history. The prisoners, the slaves, the terrorists were let free and started demon and killing everybody. People who built all these beautiful towns and villages in peace. You know, following 10 Commandments, you dumbhead. The fuck wrong with people? Fuck wrong with people, dog? That World War One and World War Two is just like a smoke screen for the narrative. Fuck them wars. What the fuck was happening right before those wars? They was bringing those same fucking white people over here from the end of the 1880s, and they came over here eating, hanging, and terrorizing niggas. We know it's that recent because it's in pictures. Those ain't pictures from the revolution, bitch. Those ain't pictures from the Civil War. Those are pictures when you can get a fucking milkshake with a car in a leather jacket, nigga. But these broke ass motherfucking slave, Slav, whatever the fuck they are, didn't have that kind of motion yet. Hence why they're terrorizing our shit and taking our infrastructure. And then you don't call it boss moves, mafia, you dumb bitch. It's terrorism. They've been broke the Constitution and the treaty with the Indians and all that bullshit just by immigrating terrorists here. Emmett Till's fucking false kill accuser. She's a fucking terrorist, bitch. Her narcissistic, goofy, half white, what does she look like? A fucking quadrimaroon ass bitch anyway. If we keep it a $1.50. But still, her and her psychotic ass fucking boyfriend and dumbass brother killed this little black boy because this stupid bitch was bored and was lying. But the irony of this story is Emmett Till is from the land. This bitch and her stupid ass family just came here. So isn't it strange that the law was like always been here? And yeah, that's okay. You can kill them even if you're a stranger. As long as you're just white, you can do it. And white people are like, oh, that's a good benefit. So I might as well get some of my hate nigger reps in. Like white people, y'all came to this country recently and you adopted hatred of black Indian people. That's why you don't know we're Indians. Your bitch ass wasn't here. Your bitch ass was indoctrinated, and you indoctrinated and you accepted the hatred of black people here, where your bitch ass just came here to breathe again and have freedom and a re-chance and a restart of anything decent. And that came, and listen, racism did not come separately. Don't let these motherfuckers lie to you. They didn't build this fucking country at all. That whole racism shit through the 60s is a bunch of fucking Liberty Island white immigrants. These are not the cowboys. Remember Texas? These ain't the fucking people who did the Caribbean. You remember they're in New Jersey and New York? These ain't the people in California. Remember they're not on the Oregon Trail yet. These are all new white people if they're up there. Every last single one is new. All of that is a Moorish territory. So they don't have years and years of running a Moorish territory. It's not Moors. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? It's common fucking sense. They're Liberty Island, first time passport, IBM ass kids, orphans, all kind of dumb shit. Look it up for yourself. Orphan trains, Cabbage Patch Kids, that time period is inferring that most of the white people were re-imported here at that time period, meaning all the white people they re-imported here are not part of the United States history. Thus, their backdrop for why they did what they did politically to black people is completely Rothschild-funded brainwashing of their stupid ass. And they ran with it. To this day. We're Indians, by the way. Yeah, they didn't tell you that when they immigrated your parents or whoever the fuck it was. Or where Seinfeld said he was a test tube baby. Don't forget how many of you are test tube babies, New York. Since Seinfeld daddy was a test tube baby from New York. White people, Jewish people. Seinfeld daddy a test tube baby. Look it up. I ain't making this shit up. So how many of y'all people in power in Hollywood are actually test tube babies? So how the fuck you and have an inheritance or claim the land, bitch? You're not even real. You're a side effect of a petri dish. And you wonder why their genetics don't last more than a generation or two. I got the pictures. Look it up. Go to World Fair Human Incubator pictures. Go to Pinterest. That's the same time period I'm talking about. Same time period I'm talking about. On Nikola Tesla. Now think about the time period of white Nikola Tesla, a German, and then Edison, whoever, other white people from Germany. These are all recent immigrants, robber barons, right? Okay, so the best time in human history is like we had took a beeline from racism to Civil War, and they gave us Tesla. Tesla is an immigrant, you dumb bitch. Edison's family's immigrants, you dumb bitch. Those are not white people from George Washington's family. Yet, George Washington's family grew up in my territory. You see what I'm saying? I can say this poignantly. We're from Mydale, Charlottesville, all that territory is our territory. So you don't have white people building that if we're there. And all my people are married. They weren't slaves. So like white people, you didn't build that next to the niggas in my family since it's their towns. You didn't build our towns. They're our towns. They're still our towns, I'm pretty sure. But the federal government has some cool rules because you got a 360 deal with the Jewish bank. I know. Spare me the gory details of what you think. And that's the problem. A lot of people are debating on what they think and they don't think nothing. So it's like, okay, you didn't study United States history. You don't know when the United States started. You don't know when they started stealing the names, including the name of the United States. You don't know when that started. I get it. It's right there, though. If you look for that period of time that you never learn about in school, it's going to rhyme with Reconstruction. What do you think they're reconstructing, bitch? How the fuck they going to reconstruct California after a war in Richmond, Virginia, a territory they didn't have yet? But Reconstruction, the Civil War took place in Colorado. Like, are y'all fucking retarded? Just tell me y'all fucking retarded. On annexation of Texas, just tell me y'all fucking retarded. All of that is a cover story for white people invading the mainland of the Americas on a permission of the federal government. Y'all just did that 150 years ago. Spare me the gory details of what you think. Until you show me your mother in a picture with my ancestors, any of them. Because you moved to our territories. That's all. United States is capped. That's all. It's a very rich, evil influencer. It'll brainwash you if you let it. It'll brainwash you if you let it. Gullah Geechee Wars. They don't even mention it. Think about how many conflicts with niggas and Indians they just skip over. You know why they can't tell you about the Gullah Geechee Wars? Because they don't have to tell you this whole precedence about how the Gullah Geechee black Indians have all of this land that they're defending. But you don't have to tell the story that how did Africans who escaped from slavery end up owning land that's contending? You couldn't do it. And you couldn't do it in enough time between American Revolution, which gives you your United States, and the Civil War. Do y'all realize how short the United States history really is? The United States history is not the North America history. Bitch, half the people in the United States wasn't in North America. So that's not your history. The United States citizens' history is after the Civil War. There is no 50 states until after the Civil War. So the United States is less than 150 years old. The name is old. That's not what it was, right? The 13 colonies is not Wyoming. The 13 colonies is not Canada. The 13 colonies is not Dallas. The 13 colonies is not Las Vegas. The 13 colonies is not that. So it's 13 colonies as of when? 1775, 1778. And then George Washington is writing Sidi Muhammad, saying that they're his imperial majestic colonies and not their own. All right, Thomas Jefferson, Barbary Wars, betrayal, blah, 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 blah. That goes up to like 1830. So the United States is still fighting wars, playing dirty, has no liquid, has no capital, all the way from 1775 all the way through the Barbary Wars. And then after that, I don't know, the smoke settles for what, 30 years, 40 years? They killed Lincoln, though, over some central banking shit, right? Why do they need so many central bankings if they just made a killing and trillions of billions off of slaves? How they already broke, baby? Where they been buying in the meantime? What they gotta buy with slaves? How they go broke? Where the money go? Where the money go? Do the science, fucking do the political science. Why the fuck would they need greenbacks or a central bank if they had all this free labor for like eternity? What did they spend it on? In Indian territory, built by black people. What did they buy? Do the science, please. Do the science. What did they spend it on? Please, do the science. Obviously nothing. There's only been enough of them here to even fucking make a dent in the continent any goddamn way. It was just 2 billion people here, but goddamn 100 years ago on the whole planet. Now there's 8 billion people. Now imagine, do the science, scale it down times 4. So yeah, like they're fucking retarded. The United States history is fucking retarded. There's no fucking United States of 50 states following the same rules, of 50 states with the same mean white people, 50 states with the same black slaves, all from the same port in Africa. There is no fucking such thing in goddamn human history. That's some bullshit they taught in the school system after integration 1950s. The end. In real life, though, this territory is going through a lot of fucking changes. When it's under the dominion of the federal anything, that's way after the Civil War, bitch. That's your United States today, the federal government. The federal government didn't have 50 states, bitch. So it does not imply the treaties, the lands, the governors, and none of that owe them anything. Taxes included. That's a new arrangement because of the central bank. When did the central bank become part of our federal businesses? 1933. So the United States is barely 100 years old. Stop fucking playing with me. And I noticed ever since that agreement with the Rothschilds, all the political leaders ended up becoming foreign, dual passport having citizens, and really mean fucking white people got an attitude with niggas, but they foreign ass got a fucking accent. So I know you didn't come up in Louisiana with us. What the fuck's your problem? And you will make him the head president of the continent or the nation? Of course they fucking didn't. They paid him the head of the fucking federal government because the rest of the fucking nation lost their damn sovereignty. It wasn't a fucking opt-in as of 1933. Bombing Tulsa is not an opt-in. Shutting down our banks is not an opt-in. Making our natural, real, constitutional legal tender, gold, silver, copper, illegal in 1930s is not an opt-in from American Revolution. It's not an opt-in from the Civil War. Because how the fuck a bunch of slaves had their own banks, and where the fuck they get these minted coins from? If you weren't integrated prior. Shut the fuck up. Thus, all these bank robbers, all these train robbers, is all white people. The fuck we talking about? Niggas and Indians weren't robbing white people who've been prosperous building shit on this land. Bitches ran by the Moors as of 1868. There's a Moorish captain of the Cherokee, Ben Wadi, during fucking 1868. You can't keep pushing that time marker back and make believe with Mel Gibson that white people were here in charge of anything. Never. There's no white people in our fucking government until the Civil War, bitch. All them people prior, Benjamin Banneker, they're all Moors. Find any of those white people families, see their kids today, and then come see me. You show me their kids today. And they will have to find all the pictures of their recent ancestors in that territory and have to look me in the fucking face and go, so you don't know who this is. The face that never changes. Generation after generation. All right. Cool story, bitch. So yeah, no. We're pivoting. The United States is trying to hold on to its banking cartel of Jewish mafia, Rothschild, Rockefeller families. That is 1933. This version of the United States is only from 1933. That means it's failed in less than 100 years. It's not a continuation of the American Revolution. American Revolution has shit to do with Colorado, bro. It's not a continuation of anything that happened in Florida, in the Seminole territories, during the Civil War. The United States is a theory or a concept is you mixing up the idea of federal jurisdiction and a map. Nigga, there's several nations on this map. I could have sworn we had 13 of them bitches. So it didn't change from that until when? White people show up. When did they show up? Liberty Island. White people, y'all just got to this damn country. That's the novelty and the irony of all the stories and all the hate and all the racism and all the wasting our niggas' times with your social bullshit. You don't even know how long you've been here. It'd be a stretch for you to imagine you go back 5 generations in the land where you're standing. Y'all gentrify shit since decade after decade. Y'all don't sit still long enough. As soon as y'all get money in motion, y'all start investing in real estate and moving your fucking family away from all your native white people that immigrated together for some fucking reason. Y'all only been around each other for 20 fucking years, first time ever over here in human history. Y'all find that weird? All the white people live in nice areas, but they'll tell you, like in the same breath, that river and that lake, under it is a bunch of nigga towns. Like, wait, white people, hold on. You decided to move to nigga towns and flood them. Question, where were the towns you moved from? Y'all gotta redo history. White people, read it again. Y'all skipped that publicly. All the Indian and black towns y'all burnt down from 1880 until 1920. The Great Fires, the race massacres. They call them race wars. Like, well, if I'm not a racist white person, then I don't even worry about that. No. Nope, ain't got nothing to do with individuality. You don't come to this country without race wars. Are y'all fucking crazy in this fucking country? Your board of education is after the race wars. Can you fucking imagine? There was no race wars before you. The Civil War is not a race war. Once again, what do those niggas' business problems have anything to do with fucking Washington or Oregon? 1868, annexation succession, the Moorish and the Indian associates. Ain't got nothing to do with white people, all the way up until 1870. You get what I'm saying? Y'all have a lot of room to say that you immigrated from California to the South and killed all the niggas in Wilmington. Because where the fuck did you live in North Carolina prior to that date? How the fuck did niggas build up Wilmington without you prior to that date anyway? If the reason is the niggas are there is you. How did the niggas build a whole nother town, a whole coastal beachfront, a whole main street through the railroad, the patents, the license, the federal approvals before you did? White people, y'all are the federal government. How the fuck did Nevada get a federal government? It's named after Indians. So y'all see what y'all did? You took an inch and took a mile. So they've never finished the Venezuela project of North America. The same people doing the shit now to Venezuela, that paradigm, their grandfathers did to us. It's the same group. You call them Jewish. 1880. The word anti-Semite shows up in 1880, the same time they ass did. Look it up. These are all Reconstruction kids. They don't have a real history. That's why they're so willy-nilly with ours. Dead ass serious. In 1933 is when you got your Federal Reserve. You've been on that system since. Your birth certificate, your social security number. It doesn't exist before that. There's no federal census of 1840 of California. That's not their territory. So what was going on for 400 years on the entire rest of the United States before the government took over 50? You notice how your school doesn't teach that history? Like motherfuckers just frozen in time until white people show up. Hey, oh, and then all of a sudden after the Civil War, we get 40 more states. Like, what? Everyone just like, oh, cool, yeah. The guys we've never seen before in fucking human history before the Civil War, they want to expand and yeah, we're in. You think that's the story? Like someone got a little ruckus up there in Boston, Massachusetts, and that really made the shit get popping in Vegas? Are y'all fucking dumb? No telephones, no nothing? Horse buggies and fucking camels? You think that's what was hot in the streets? Meaning, you don't even have this current inception of your society, of what you think history, United States, and racial matters are, until you have the fucking highways and the cars. When did that happen, Henry Ford? The same time you started your work date. 40-hour work week, and your access to cars is the same fucking decade. The United States is the concept of what we live through now is no older than 100 years. And if I keep going, it'll get shorter and shorter. Because remember, all that story is just about what the handful of white people were doing. They act like niggas and Indians who've been free for hundreds of years were just waiting. You always telling me about Buffalo, New York World Fair Exposition with fucking Tesla. Well, what about all the niggas that built all the factories and all the big buildings, all the weird shit in America, all the way through Chicago and California the whole fucking time? How come you don't talk about them and their genius? Did they go somewhere? After all, you're going to our ancestor buildings for your World Fair. You're going to our ancestral grounds for your World Fair. You're not Muslim and Mohammedan, so none of those mosques are yours. You come across our shores, and the first thing you do is build a World Fair mosque, word to Muhammad, and then burn it down, and then move it in, and create Walt Disney World and all this other stupid shit around our castles. Act like we want to fucking forget where our fucking landmarks are. And we know you just did that, because how old is Disney? Y'all weren't fucking there a minute before. How old is Walt Disney? Y'all wasn't there a minute before. And the Jewish people in that story just got here in the 1880s. The United States been hijacked by these niggas, y'all. Y'all keep fucking studying the fake made up Jewish, what do they call them? McGraw Hill ass history. That's why. So the Jewish people are covering their footprint in the last 150 years of the United States. And you're like, oh my God, I can't believe they're running everything. Bitch. There's not supposed to be a federal government here. It's a republic. They've been scrambled your eggs in the narrative. Y'all are never, there's never a time in human history in this country where everyone went to school and learned about the United States until integration. They didn't have all the states. So imagine all the people we're related to and you know that would have never had to go to school and learn about white people or DC ever, growing up in Kansas and Missouri. Like, it'll never come across your desk. It'll never come across your desk. It'll never come across your desk. And then suddenly, you have all these foreign immigrants allowed to move where you are with their army and their post office. That's how they do it. And then you're like, what the fuck? And then your grandkids go to school with them. And then they tell your grandkids what your story and your history is. That's what happened to us. It's real-time whitewashing. It's real-time gentrification of the narrative of the land and the people. And a lot of us fought back. Enter the Black Panthers. Enter Noble Drew Ali. When did my grandfather show up? Exactly. 1880s. Leading into 1929. And then as soon as he died, what happened? Them niggas sold out all over again, didn't they? On Nation of Islam, they did. Because a 501c3 is with the FBI and federal government. Napoleon. A black army against Israelites. Can you imagine? It's a kingdom story all the way until Napoleon on top of that. That's why white people don't know this shit. You weren't here. You imagine that. But really, find where your damn grandmother buried at. You're free for 400 years. You didn't build a mausoleum? You don't have that one piece of land you had since 1682? That first 3,000 acres because there's no one else there? Like, you don't have contract or none of that. No treaty of that. You have no allodial titles. You don't even know fucking trust law. You don't even teach trust law. And you wouldn't have needed it until you got a federal government. Loop. The United States is built on trust. Federal Reserve is not trust. Loop. So our country is 1933 until now, basically. That's the coup. The World Fair coup, man. All them robber barons that set the groundwork to rebuild and dig up the railroads and get things popping again. And then that baton, I guess the Jewish people were working it long con enough to, compromise it and shift it another direction. And then what happened right after that? Noble Drew Ali dies, Federal Reserve is born, and then what's born 7 years after that? Israel. # Palestine. And we're in a war right now, 100 years later, over the same story. Can you imagine? These motherfuckers haven't moved forward in 100 years. I hope you understand what I'm saying. When it's all said and done, that tells you they haven't progressed in 100 years. And they're negative $38 trillion in debt for doing that. That negative $38 trillion of debt is a measurement of all the spending that these hostile occupying forces have done to this country since inserting the Federal Reserve. The same way the CIA insolves the puppet government over Venezuela or Argentina or Nicaragua, the same way they're trying to do it now is the same way they did it here. Remember, they killed Lincoln, the last republic elected president. You've been in a democracy ever since, right? It's a constitutional republic. But you guys call it a democracy. Who calls it a democracy? Your federal government. Correct. Your federal government didn't exist within the context of the American Constitution. Not in the way that it's represented. Because none of these people are Moors, meaning they don't have the degrees to be judges or anything to even be in those positions. And I could have sworn their Article 13 was to ban lawyers or something from those positions. But that doesn't make sense. If you're doing law, you would have to have someone that has jurists. So they're conflicting with their own stupid-ass opinions. And then when you see what the Board of Education doctrine was, according to Frederick T. Gates, where he didn't want any more lawyers and their embryos and basically no motherfucker that can think or challenge them, that started integrated education. Those books didn't exist in 1820. Niggas act like school and education is so fucking important. No, dummy. It's called brainwashing. What the fucking niggas going to school for before this fucking slave master came again in 1920? What the fuck would you been working for in America? Remind me. Everything's built already by niggas. All the roads, all the train tracks. You just gotta sweep the mud off of it. What the fuck would you need a job or school for? If you're just coming here to escape being murdered because of tyranny and religious oppression, how the fuck you come over here and start hustling niggas? Y'all don't even understand the vibe of this country. Hence why it's always so chaotic and depressing. This ain't that. This is the promised land. The promised land is Sabbath, meaning you're not supposed to be working, stupid bitch. You're in the wrong place for that. Which is why every time you look for something over here, it's never there. There's never gold here. There's never oil there. You're stupid. It's the promised land, stupid. You're not supposed to work up here. What I'm saying is, the people here from the promised land knew that, which is why they didn't do too much urban development. Meanwhile, go to Brazil, bitch. Go to Mexico City, bitch. But up here, sacred. They try to build factories and data centers. Why do you think they don't expand their cities and their territories out here? They have tons of land out here, and they don't do it. They only build on the ley lines and the grid lines because they're accessing this ether, this energy that's there for other things they're doing. We built that already. I know, like, duh, that's why we did it. But it's not here. It's not here for work. It's not here for effort. It's not here this is not the place for industrial revolutionizing a goddamn thing. More than anything, you find burial grounds of giants. Like, so do the science. Like, why would we be building a downtown Miami next to 50 buried giants? And then all the damn place, we were in war. A lot of us died. You know, our armies have thousands of people. We got to bury them. Why would we want to build a Costco on these niggas? We running out of land for some reason? Is there someone else competing here? Like, what are we going to do? Hurry up and build. Hurry up and connect everything so we can compete with Europe on a stock market. Are you dumb? This is the promised land. This is where you do your Hajj and your Mecca, nigga. You don't come over here to drum up a war. But when did that idea and that concept change in real life? Reconstruction. Because all the way up until then, the first black and white photos, I seen Washington, D.C. decorated like Ramadan. So America ain't got no long history of Christians and blah, blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. Because I want you to tell me why they're doing all that bullshit. What the Moors doing? What were the Moors doing? You know, the Muslims. What were they doing? In the same time, in the same city. What were they doing? Why do we keep hearing this weird rapist Christian black slave story? What were the Moors doing? Prince Whipple. Weird. He's a prince. What was his royal family doing? Tyler Perry. Snap. Can we get the Prince Whipple story? Are you going to tell me there's a black guy named Moses with a Hebrew Israelite Bible named a Christian black slave boy who was on a horse walking George Washington? Shut the fuck up. You got to do all those extra thoughts. That boy's a Moor. Again, so what's his story? You betrayed the Moors. Again. What's that story? I want to know it. It's a long time ago. 9/11. Israel did that a long time ago. No big deal. Send all your tax money to them. The fuck is going on with y'all? This truther movement is stupid. It's like season after season on how to sign people up to doomsday kits because you got to guess like over under on when another thing Israel decides to do manifests. Like y'all niggas, boy. Be staring straight at the bad guy and be like, you know what we got to do? We got to beat them at their own game. We got to outvote. Shut up. Y'all couldn't have no goddamn revolution. You don't have a revolutionary state of fucking mind. You getting your privileges revoked. That's what that feeling is. Ain't no goddamn revolution spirit. This whole damn entitled ass mainstream Western ass mindset. It's the collapse of entitlement. End of the fucking world. Can you imagine? Getting shit for free and killing niggas and playing in their face. Time runs out. I know it shouldn't matter today to anybody here, but you forgot why you were here. That's why it matters. It shouldn't matter, yeah, and it wouldn't matter if they didn't play the game that way. That's the accountability thing. Society has to have accountability measures. Today is a new year, and everything should be new and dear, but none of these people in charge is new. None of this money is new. None of the oppression is new. None of the laws is new. So thus, the karma is not new. It's going to take it out the way they brought it. You understand? It's going to take them out the way they brought it. And we know when they brought it. They brought it in the last 100 to 150 years. So, they're already running out of time on that game. Funding, operational, setting people against each other, divide and conquer. But the bank funds it. Divide and conquer, then the remaining people become slaves, thinking they have privileges. It's a sad story. Like, people who've never been sovereigns or had their own land is going to tell us what it means to be rich and have freedom, and have neither one of those. They have a bunch of fucking make-believe coupons to travel around the world fucking irritating people. It's that Greek school of pretenders. Right? They teach us this about school, how Greek did those societies, not catching the nuance that this society is created because of that. Because these motherfuckers don't know Hebrews. They don't know no goddamn Greeks or Romans either. Because they realize all of that is here since this is ancient Egypt. Dumb bitch. See what I'm saying? Like, they talking about they came over there and brought you the science of Aristotle, who's from Philadelphus. Like, they brought you the drip on the Hebrew Greek guys, and they come here telling the Hebrew Greek guys' kids, like, they brought that to the world and gave us Civ. Like, shut your stupid ass up. Hebrews are Afro-Asiatics. How the fuck you gonna bring us some shit from our grandfathers? They even act like they taught us something. They even act like their education system helped us get ahead to work for their factories. Like, their fucking idea of what freedom and what vertical growth is so uninspiring when you really take a step back from the bullshit. And you got to realize that these people are orphans and immigrants and opportunists, and the worst of them are rapists, psychopaths, narcissistic killers who government emboldened, entitled, and their church even benefited them, warlocks and masons and grand dragons, and that's all connected to the same bond system that happens, the bond you have to pay when you get arrested, and they seem to spec in arresting niggas as soon as they got here, because that's when your police showed up too. Come on, do the science. Go ahead, put the whiteboard out. Put the dates on when they first got police over here. Are police in the Constitution? How come the police are allowed to kidnap Indians and niggas? Because of the federal government? The federal government has a treaty with our Indians that gave them authority to put their hands on us. Touch not my anointed ones. You think that's just like a regular type of thing? Like God was bluffing with these niggas? Touch not my anointed ones. How the fuck are you locking up niggas in Jerusalem with an unconstitutional police force? And then the same dickheads are like, ICE is not this or that. Bitch, your police ain't this or not that. None of that shit's in a constitutional republic. How the fuck will I have a foreign funded, foreign banked, associated with the Catholic Church sheriff Masonic class and a Sharifan Masonic order of state troopers protecting federal jurisdictions on Indian lands? How the fuck does that work? Y'all don't understand how constitutional republics work. But these same constitutional republic, dumbass Jewish class university graduates were like, well, if we pretend like Jewish daddy taught us, it would seem like it would be that way, but we need a little bit more nuance. We should go back to the Bannisters over there in London, who has nothing to do with California. I know, you dumb bitch. So y'all didn't have laws in California and all these other states that go that long that rhyme with dumb bitch. That shit must have just got here during Reconstruction. Y'all just made these laws up. Y'all didn't have no jurisprudence over none of these fucking territories. So all of your laws of all your damn government today is goddamn made up lately. And look how fucking stupid and sloppy and messy these dumb bitches are. And none of them are Moors or sheriffs. So there's a bunch of cosplaying ass niggas. Like, you understand? Like, they took all their profits to invest in a society of cosplaying ass niggas. It's real to the degree that the immigrant foreigners are cosplaying. Yes. You try to figure out, like, what the mental health issue is and why people are SSRIs, bro. If you're Indian or Israelite or whatever the fuck you think you're comfortable with being, anything but white in this country, you're seeing everybody else that's not from this country act like there's something they're not every day of your life. Like, these motherfuckers are cosplaying across the whole specter. Yo bitch ass did not grow up next to my grandmother. Yo bitch ass don't know who my grandfather is. Yo bitch ass don't speak no King James English. Your bitch ass ain't got no pictures with no real niggas. Your bitch ass don't show up nowhere in fucking history until we go to school and take a test that you made up. So I can get a job in a position that you made up. Just like their fucking IQs. Like the fuck? Niggas ain't got time for that dumb shit. Niggas didn't need this many fucking dysfunctional licensing and regulations because we ain't a bunch of dumb bitches. You know what I'm saying? Like, this society is only 100 years old. Cars, traffic, all that. This shit, factories, jobs, is just 100 years old, guys. It's just 100 years old. It's no older than that. No real niggas and Indians doing jocking none of this stupid shit. Trust me. They wouldn't have to kill us so much if we did. Like, they're killing us to scare us, to get the rest of us and the bitch ass women on board politically. You know, and they start giving them benefits with the lesbians. Remember that? Remember that? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Right after the white girls came here, fucking during Flower Mania. As soon as they had their sexual lesbian revelation, you remember Woodstock? They brought you the Beatles, right? Another psyop brought to you by the Tavistock Institution. What the fuck the Tavistock Institution got to do with the music industry if they bitch ass can't get nothing popping in London? People don't even know what the fuck I just said. I swear to God they don't. But on Tavistock I do. So, like, you understand, Tavistock brought all these Jewish ass people and their stupid ass social engineering experience here with a little rap mouse and a little cocaine in the maze. It's these niggas. They don't bring you your favorite pop culture icons. Well, if your pop culture icons are dying today, that means the Tavistock Institute of Warlocks are dying also. Now, I just want you to Google real quick what happened to the Tavistock Institution since the pandemic. 100 years tops, dog. Meaning the hitters of all this mind control and mean white people sorcery on the United States land territories has been phasing out a century by century. Not that shit don't last no more than 100 years when they do that shit. We're talking about these Crowleyites, these devil worshippers, these temperers, if you will, because you know this all shit's in black magic. They wouldn't need to lie and whitewash history and do all that shit if they're not trying to perform a spell. So, you know, they're not just going normal, like wins, losses, and all that shit. No one does wins and losses when you're a bunch of winners. Anyway, so, like, their way of playing the game is gay. That's why no one's happy. You're playing a subset game of some loser-ass niggas who never won anything. Like, nothing. They've never won anything. They've stolen things. They've taken things. They assumed and hypothecated things, but they never won anything, like by merit, by force, by effort, by experience. It's all at the heels of someone else doing the work, or someone else taking the brunt, or someone else being a victim. Like, basically, they can never learn how to be happy or build within themselves externally, as within, so without. So the same way they carry on outside in the world is the same way they carry on inside their head. And that's not how we carry on, so we don't think the same. But it makes sense. They're not from here. We've been here for thousands of years. They got here like 150 years ago. And then the other half of them came here in a test tube. And then the other half, we don't fucking know. And then for the 5% of pale skinned people that have always been here or around us, it ain't them. So it doesn't even fucking matter. It doesn't even fucking matter. The gingers are with us. These motherfuckers ain't gingers. They say they're Jewish. So, and then they tell you 100 years ago that when the gingers from Ireland, you know, Picts and Dubs descendants, when they came over here, they said they weren't white people. But the Celtic Iberians are certainly white people because they're descendants of Moors. And then you understand why the white people in America, being mean and evil, are telling the descendants of Moors that they can't be honorary white people in their new federal government. So you know, even as of 1930s, 40s, and 50s, they're using the premise of their hatred and racism based on the proximity of your skin color to Moors anyway. So miss me with the bullshit. So that these motherfuckers are betrayers to the Moorish kingdom, Moorish principles, and thus the Moorish land, so they shouldn't fucking have a United States in Moorish land anyway. Stack it up. The United States should not fucking exist anyway, not in Moorish land. The United States can exist somewhere the fuck else. But the Moors and Indians Associates, I don't approve of no fucking United States of foreign Jewish people running any of our land or any of our shit. You feel me? And you gotta push people on that. Like, if you want to fucking revolt or fucking march about that shit. Who the fuck consented to a bunch of foreign immigrants to be part and party to anybody who's native of the land here? Nobody. So what the fuck are we talking about? Some mind washing from school where we're distracted by media? Now you're not distracted by media, so you can see what I'm saying clearly. So even the distraction of media, since they stole their first newspapers when they came over here, didn't last 100 years. You understand what's happening? That's what I'm trying to point out to you, more than anything else. The timetable. Now read the Bible again. A book full of timetables. Y'all crazy as hell. American Empire ain't no 400 years old. These motherfuckers can't count. Because they too busy stealing everyone's fucking history and making it theirs. United States is the current United States is it was bankrupt in 1984. Fuck out my face. You know what a bankrupt corporation is? It's a dead one. And then they just reopen it over and over and over again. And they're $38 trillion in debt since the start of the Federal Reserve. Meaning the federal government's pocketbook, its coffers, its war chest, is negative 38 trillion in 100 years. It went broke in 100. And listen, it's the brokest corporation, kingdom, setup, anything that has ever existed in our modern recorded alleged histories. It's the brokest boy on the planet. Washington, D.C., 60 square miles of bullshit. Assuming head over the minority states of all the Indians and Moors and their deranged arrangements of opium in poisoned waters and supplies. We know the story way too well, chickenpox. So yeah, like, all right, once you get past that and niggas heal, we bring the Jewish friends here to put needles in us. You weren't vaccinating no damn niggas or no goddamn kids before you let us drink from your water fountain. So you didn't start poisoning us with these faggots until the goddamn integration. Remember, we had to go to the fucking veterinarian to get our teeth pulled. But yeah. The reason why black people are healthy and strong through all this poisoning and toxic shit is because the white man invented vaccinations. You'd have measles right now. Bitch, we didn't even get to go to your hospitals when you say that dumb shit to us. We're talking about the COVID and all that dumb shit, and we're talking about like why it's fucked up to get a mandated vaccine from these dickheads. Like, well, if it wasn't for this, man, you have scoliosis and all this other shit. You talking about during the same time these fucking Project Paperclip, racist, white supremacists, short dicks, short stroking bitch ass niggas came over here and kicked us out of our city and then say we couldn't use their building on top of our goddamn gravesite. They were also like rushing and scrambling on how to save niggas' lives. Fuck out my face. You see, and that's that dumb liberal privilege that they give them by putting them in college and shit. It just wipes all the sins away. Like, my grandmother didn't die through that shit. Like, my grandfather wasn't running from these niggas. And I was very clear. He said they just immigrated to that region. And it was really weird because I go to those cemeteries and them dates go back to the 1800s, and that's my family. So my grandfather's running away from these white evil immigrants in the 40s on the territory that all his ancestors are buried on. WordAncestry.com. So, like, you understand? They weren't chasing him in white areas. They weren't chasing him in a white nation, in a white country. They were chasing him in his own Indian territory. Because he's a black person. Think about how stupid that is. And they normalize that. And media and the narratives and the movies gives you these social dynamics that aren't real. They're movies, you dumb bitches. And so many people live their life today like it's a movie. Like the narrative of the Jewish produced movie is what it was or what it is or anything real. Bitch, how they keep telling stories about places they've never been? Why is always them telling the story? At least if you want to tell me a story about Egypt, give me a fucking Egyptian that lived in fucking Egypt over there for 400 years. Why is it always some nigga that's, oh, I took a road trip when I was 12? Like, shut up. Fuck you. You understand? You understand? It's a fuck you to them. Like, their whole system is stupid. It is. You'll see it. Mexicans are starting to see it. You'll see it. Because they sold out most recently. We'll give them 100 years. We'll see. Mexicans, your first president wasn't a Moor? You think someone from Northwest Africa came all the way over there to help you out in Mexico? You think that's where they came from? Since Moors are, from Morocco, and your first president is Moroccan, you want to do the science on that one, Sidi Muhammad and them? The first president of Mexico is Al Moroccan, a Moor, but yeah, Sidi Muhammad the Moor. We're writing letters from Philadelphia to fucking Africa. Shut up. It's Florida, nigga. Seminole region. Remember the Alamo, nigga. That's the white people encroaching on the Moorish territory of the Gulf of Moors, stupid. Why you say they remember the Alamo in the Gulf of... Come on, dog. That means they were there from there in before. No black African slaves were hurt in the production of the Alamo. But all those are Moors. You know? Black people. They can't be white Muslims. They can't be pale people. No, 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 no. They're in America. Copper colored everywhere, 1828. But remember the Alamo, bitch, one more time. Where is that at? So from there but backwards is nothing but Moors with a mosque. How that happened? And did you remember it? Because if you remember that the Alamo is a mosque for Moors in America, then when they told you that there's no Qurans or no something bullshit up here in America, how is that? If the whole quote of the whole conflict is remember the Alamo, nigga. On Tallahassee, on Alabama, remember the Alamo. Remember the Alamo. That's all you had to do. Oh shit. That land and territory was encroached on. They stole it from the Moors and the Muslims. Barbary Wars. Oh, the Barbary pirates were the ones who lived in the Gulf of America, Louisiana, Texas, Corpus Christi, Matamoros, Mexico. That was the Barbary territory. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine? That's exactly what a Civil War and a Suave from France were, leading right through Napoleon. And then who gets to rewrite this story? The FBI that comes from Napoleon. Shut the fuck up talking to me. Not only the teachers are stupid, they so fucking stupid they don't know that Napoleon formed the FBI. So of course history having to be approved by your federal FBI agencies is going to remove the fact that they're squandering and squatting on an empire. Dumb as hell. But that's some event. But listen, it is some advanced mind control. It's some immense thought patterns that are installed in society that would prevent a person from climbing that ladder. Trust me. I tried it with my brothers who studied moral science, and I can almost predict how many steps I can climb before they jump off. That's tragic. Their brain, their psyche will break if I take them too far up that. I'll go further up than that too, actually. It'll get weird. Because then you start to see like the shit that's frustrating about it is like, all right, so what do we do next? It's like, no, we never did anything. Like the fuck? Like I'm have this awareness without doing anything. Like that's the gift. More than anything. It's not even about what the fuck I'm saying. It's not even about fixing history. You can't fix history. It's useless. It's like chasing the wind. But what you do is you change your mind so you don't recreate it again. You don't let the people outside like bring you down and bring your spirit down and try to get you to die for them over a lie to begin with. And then and if that is the truth, and absolutely everything I said is the truth, then I got to hold them accountable to the truth because my family paid for it in blood. They paid for it in test scores. Like it's two different stories going on here. Like, I'm not challenging their fucking book reports and their college degrees. I'm challenging the fact that all their goddamn lies always ended with someone from my tribe being fucking murdered for no reason. Like my gusto comes from the fact that all the stories and pinpoints involves one of my blood-related family members being treated really fucked up for no reason. Even if they were an African, why the fuck are you treating them like that if you don't know who these niggas are? Because your bitch ass just moved next to us and we've been buried there way longer than you had a federal government. So no matter what the story is, your ass wasn't there. So the audacity of these motherfuckers to come anywhere near us and act and teach and give the bullshit that they gave us. Now they give it to them too, and they don't see the difference. Because think about it: how is anyone not us going to give a fuck about what happened to us if they're all here squatting on our land? Like in the concept of it, like the federal government gives them permission to run this dogma and doctrine against us, and beknownst to them benign neglect, they just feel like they're psychic operated like some fucking NPCs. Imagine how they feel to us. Like they got NPCs in their own class, and I'm looking at all of them as NPCs, and the NPCs are telling me they got NPCs. I'm like, God damn, I wish we could just have NPCs. It'll be musical at least. Like, nah, step out of that shit. Nah, there ain't no federal government until 1933. Fuck out my face, bitch. There is a constitutional republic of Moors, and then it's a democracy. Those are two different things. Game over. But they changed the narrative. Who did? The people lying in their democracy. That's who took over after the Civil War. It was a boat battle, meaning they did not come from mainland, bitch. Part 5, common sense. And then when you do the common sense version of history, it'll all make sense. It's all about black people. So if we're the target of everyone's history, come on, guys. Let's stop fucking playing make pretend out here. because time has passed and we are healing. No, we're not. I haven't healed from shit. You killed Malcolm X and Martin Luther King for no reason. You killed the Black Panthers for no reason. Like people minding their business, bringing their people together to actually do something instead of worrying about this racist wave of orphan train, fucking human nigga eating, human trafficking, child fucking pedophiles they brought to America on Liberty Island for these faggots. That's the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Even fucking Einstein little wife. Look at that little nigga that he married to. Fucking on his two little daughters too. Called him a concubine. Like your smartest guy alive on Harvard is a fucking pedophile. And it's not hidden, but who hides it? Other pedophiles. And they all Jewish and white people. And that's in the last 100 years you can find this shit. But if you bring it up to your teacher or your university, like, that's not that important. Weird. You want me to analyze 100 years later the thoughts of a person who thought it appropriate to put his dick in the kids that he's related to. Theory of relativity. Oh, like the Moors and Egyptians and Indians didn't know something with their UFOs. But this nigga who throws his dick into children, yeah, all of that extra shit on a chalkboard that no one can prove. Yeah, that's what this country really needs to get us to the moon. We didn't go to the moon. We were gonna burn our library this week. Oh, so 100 years again of not doing jack shit. The only thing these motherfuckers have successfully done in 100 years they've been in charge of the federal government is rape kids. And y'all ain't sick of that enough for me. Y'all not sick of that enough for me. Y'all be worrying about the boats and the oil and how much it costs. Bitch, the people doing it are still fucking kids, you dumb bitch. You're trying to figure out who you gonna vote for next and what's going on. Like, bitch, whatever's going on next, just remember, these motherfuckers is putting their fucking dicks in the ass of little boys and taking pictures and sending DMs on iCloud to each other. While you trying to figure out if Venezuela's is white people in Florida dressed up in masks, throwing flags in the air that didn't exist before 1950. Shut the fuck up. You understand? But that rage can only come from one of us. If you look into the other side of the aisle to feel like that and stand on business, the ones who actually have money and guns to do something about it, just know the reason why it never happens, because I could tell you as a man, they're all bitch ass niggas. They're the kings of bitch ass niggas, at best. I've lived long enough. I've seen enough men. The ones in power are bitch. That's weird. The most powerful men on paper are always the ones with dick in their ass. But they can't take a punch. It's weird. On Bubba. Y'all let the dude that be sucking Bubba's dick blow up how many fishermen? He cheating on his wife and everything. You already see his retarded ass kid took the cocaine. And then on top of all that, he got a nerve to be sucking dick. And like, you're trying to figure out where your life is going to go after this shit. Come on, dog. What the fuck what's wrong with these American citizens? And the whole world has seen these other dynamics and flashes this whole time. And they've been warning us. Shout out to all the foreigners and the people that got on the internet who kind of like, they didn't know how to tell us, but they're trying to tell us like, the way you live in the United States is kind of fucking wild. And that's like 6 to 7 billion more people than you, all in consensus about it too. There were signs. There's definitely signs. I made sure I went out my way to talk to foreigners that like they're speaking no English and they started learning English. Like, hey yo, real quick, you believe in God? Tell me about it. You heard about the slaves? You know how many Africans I run into? I gotta ask them about the slave story, and not one of them niggas know anything. Not even the name of a damn slave in America in the damn story. You know how disheartening that shit is? Like, you got all these dumbass niggas over here talking about slaves, African Americans, and revolutions and all this stupid shit with Africa, but fucking Africans in real time on the planet with you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. And you think the only difference is because they didn't have fucking white people school? Blindsided. It's a collective narcissism or myopia. That's the evil I be speaking against. The audacity of the worldview. Everything else is filtered through it. That's why everything else is fucked up. The worldview is fucked up. They fucked up our worldview. And the CIA is sitting on the fucking couch with Donahue bragging about that's what they're doing. So it's like, if we could see that fucking video, you don't think anyone in Congress could see that fucking video and be like, hey, CIA, you bugging? No. As long as I get my benefits. Ass niggas. 1933 ass sellout edition. They damn grandfathers, the ones that sold out your nation. Hegemony. They don't vote for their kids. Wake your ass up, please. This is not a beeline from Lincoln, bitch. It's not. What the fuck does Gettysburg gotta do with fucking Minnesota? I wish these niggas explain that shit. What the fuck the Gettysburg Address got the fuck to do with Minnesota? Not a goddamn thing. So all them niggas that live in Minnesota, what the fuck were their grandfathers doing during that time, bitch? And how the fuck they end up with a goddamn citizenship with your bitch ass? Reconstruction. Real life. Real life. That's why your grandfathers or your great grandfathers, if you live long enough, if you were in the 80s and 90s and you saw like the old men that were old when we were kids, that's why they look like that. They weren't in the Civil War. They look more tired than the niggas in the pictures during the Civil War. Think about it. Niggas who were born at the beginning of the 1900s, from 1910 to 1930. That silent generation of black men. You notice how quiet they are. How serious they all are. They're all serious. The majority of the ones alive that you got a chance to see, the ones that survived, were very mean-spirited. You remember? Big-ass knuckles. You remember? Overall garments. Do you remember? It's not because they kept the nigga working in a goddamn factory. I'm talking about his spirit, his countenance. I remember so many of those. Especially if they were as tall as me. They stand out. Yeah, it's one thing to go to war in Vietnam and all that dumb shit, but it isn't the fucking note drop. Like, this is what I fucking hate about this country. It's media. It's voicing of its media. It's ChatGPT for Jewish media. It'll go, and this great black soldier, like, the fuck? Why is he an adjective? Anyway, and this great soldier, he fights the hard battle on the field and wins for his country. But when he gets back home, the fight isn't over. And they like, I could just see the white people. They're like, oh, it's about resilience. Like, that's just disgusting. You understand? They program them type disgusting. Even when they make observations about culture that they allege to benefit from, but they have no memory of. It's always like the audacity to celebrate some stupid shit like that, or to memorialize it or make a show about it. Who the fuck needs to remember that some Indian fought a war for no fucking reason and then came home and had to still deal with white people? And the only reason why you gotta deal with these fucking white people is because they won the war for some reason. Like, maybe we should stop fighting in their wars for them. You know what I'm saying? But niggas don't know the truth. They still think they're African. So they don't work with white people until they die because they're quantum entangled to the idea that white people brought them there. That's their daddy. White people didn't bring me here. So chances are, if you look like me, you probably can benefit from updating your history. So, yeah, I don't know. Mainstream. It's the Jewish. I know it's the Jewish people. It's the Jewish people. I know. I know. I know. Jewish people are white people, though. There's no such thing as a white Jew. They're all white people. But the white people who self-identify as Jewish with the Talmud and everyone's stolen shit, it's them for the past 120 years or so, yes. Yeah. And they get to tell you the history before that, but it's always foggy, yes. It's them. It's always them. It's always them in the last 120 years, it is. I don't know what their little underground sheckling dealings was before they weaseled into the Americas. It sounds like they've been at this for a longer time, turning other countries and conflicts against each other. And I guess you can kind of deduce which ones they're taking credit for because it's the ones they teach you about. So when you see shit get weird in an empire or territory, and all of a sudden there's guillotines and betrayals and kingdoms, then I can already infer in the fact of who's custodian whitewash history that Jewish people are responsible for all of those, including the fall of Grenada. So I know exactly who they are. The problem is, you guys really don't. It's terrible. It's terrible. When you realize they're not just our problem, they've been the world's problem since the Dark Ages. The diseases, the outbreaks, everything. COVID, it's always been them. That's who's doing it. That's who's been doing it. That's what my father told y'all stupid niggas. Like, it's always them. The synagogue of Satan. The people who always claim to be us but never are. Is it not written? You are of your father the devil, for you are a synagogue of Satan. All right then. They're not Jews. So who are they then? Whatever story you find yourself in, if you're on this side of Israel and they're not Israel and they're claiming to be you, you're in that part of the story, bitch. Right? The setup, the context, the mathematics. Now, these stupid ass bitches did that on purpose because they're idiots. Doesn't matter. We still know it's them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you still know. It's like, yeah, it's the people who keep saying they're the children of God, but they deny the powers thereof. It's always them. And that's a form of black magic. Mm-hmm. So all the ritual abuse and all the children and adrenochrome is them. Mm-hmm. It's always them. And all of your known history, and it ain't all your history, but in all the known Western English history that they come up with, it's them. You only know about them. Mm-hmm. You see it very clear when you play Assassin's Creed. And you see the undertone of them planning these things, and the planned assassinations of these kings, and the plan to make it look like it was poison or make it look like it was an accident. This is them. This is how they. This is how they upset kingdoms and governments and families and tribes. Yes, they're the worst type of humans who have ever fucking existed, and it's always them, and they won't clean it up. So you have a problem. Like, just like white people won't clean up the federal government and their own white friends and white cousin problems, the people who associate themselves with, I guess you want to call them Khazarians, their beneficiaries are the most beneficial class amongst the sub-beneficiary class of all white people. So you know they ain't about to be righteous and do something for God or Muhammad or Jesus. They look at you dumb niggas like, y'all really believe in God? You don't know my ancestors stole this? I'm sorry, I mean, yeah, but pass me the fucking mayonnaise. You feel me? They're the children of God that don't really believe in God. So what are they the children of? A fake belief? Like, wake your dumbasses up, right? Oh, they're secretly worshiping the devil. Doesn't matter what they're secretly doing. They have publicly killed every leader, every coup, and every fucking poison generation, every fucking 100 years. It's been at the other side of their pen. So what are we confused about? Like, what are we waiting to wait for? Waiting for Jesus to come back and say, yeah, all of those facts are right, and they're still right, and it's playing out in real time. What do you want me to do? You want to work tomorrow? You want to go work for them? You want to find a good one of them? You want to keep doing everything they told you to do because you haven't thought about yourself yet. I know. That's our problem. We haven't even started thinking about it, any of that. Like, you don't have to think about your life without them. Mm-hmm. We're only 13% of the United States population. Now, do that for the world. And I think we're 13% of the United States population. The United States is less than 10% of the world population. And we're not the only ones that are tired of their shit. So you already know how it's going to go. So if you're the smallest percent of people left in the world, me and you want to start thinking about life without them. Because the rest of the world is already through. They're waiting for you. Nothing I said is hidden. They make their own damn documentaries about themselves, exposing themselves. That's how narcissistic their pedigree is. They get off on us talking about how ooh and ah they are and not being able to do nothing about it. BDSM. They're very that breed or that brand of them is very sadistic, and that's the brand and breed that's always in power of decisions. That's why you have to talk about it the same. I cannot segregate it for the exceptional person who went to school with the stupid ass people who created the school for him, right? Like, fuck you and fuck them. Fuck them especially. Nah, they're sadistic, bro. You can't guilt trip them. You can't make them feel shame. You can't bring them. No, they're a dark triad psychopath. They don't have empathy. They can't even process any of those human things. They're not human. They're not even human. This is what Adolf Hitler was getting at. But when you reassign the variables of things, you understand what goyim really means. Golem. You know what a golem is? That's why they stupid hook nose ass has that whole idea in their head, in their Yiddish bullshit. Because Solomon combined spirits into clay. Just like who? His father? Okay. So the idea of creating a golem, something animated life form out of clay, that's what a goyim is. And it's crazy. Like, you just leave it there. You zoom back to the beginning. Adam is a man created out of clay. And they're saying the Jewish Khazarian people are saying that everybody else is golems, meaning they're the men created out of clay. That's what a man is, a golem. So they're trying to say they're not even man. But we know genetically they're way more inferior than everyone on the planet. They're allergic to the sun. So if you're not at least a man and you're worse under the microscope, then you're not real. You're human artificial. And we know that already. We've known that since they got here. We call them white devils for a reason. They're not real. The devil part is that they don't exist. Like, they're not supposed to be here. Like, they're not, what I'm talking about, like, in existence. Like, they're not like everybody else. They don't have empathy or nothing like that. They stagecraft. They act. That's why they love comic masquerading and stuff. Because if you just had them raw and naked with jeans and a t-shirt on in the forest naturally for 50 years, you'll see that they'll end up destroying each other and eating each other. All of their societies end in them abusing children and eating each other. All of their societies that document and following their traditions, their cultures, their habits, and their trails ends in those communities being reprobate and dwindled into homosexuality, transgenderism, raping children and women, and stealing and robbing, full of rampant diseases. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, welcome to medieval dark ages. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, welcome to Australia. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, welcome to Africa. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, welcome to the Indians with the blankets. A, B, C, it's always the same shit with these niggas. Then they get in charge of that shit, and then they do it to themselves. And then some stupid ass person who has a heart saves a few of them. It's like, let me save the baby parasites and bring them to us. We'll give them religion and dress them. And then they'll do it again. It's like, oh, we'll cut their tail off and circumcise them. And they'll forget their, whatever their history is. Then they'll take your history and they'll forget about it. And then they'll do it to you. Like you find out all your damn food got humans in it now. And who owns your food processing plants besides them? So please, we gotta stop playing fucking stupid. Yeah, y'all play way too fucking stupid for some people who gotta fucking vote and all your money going to people that are eating you. But they're not even the same species as you. So then when you say a different species is secretly eating you, you're dealing with a parasite. That's why it's secret. The secret isn't its rules. Why is all its rules gay and useless? No, the secret is that it eats you. Because it's not human. It's not on your evolutionary scale. All you gotta do is look up dongle hook DNA, Khazarians. They ain't got no melanin in their conference, trust me. So their black woman god theory doesn't work for them. They women don't have no goddamn mitochondria, and they're allergic to the sun. They're hybrids. They're chimeras. Real life, their ancestors are the chimeras. That's why they're out of the insane asylums. Do history. Do history on chimeras and insane asylums. And it's going to take you to the 1800s. Not a long time ago. It's a made up timeline. You ain't Full Metal Alchemist enough for me. But they are. They are Full Metal Arcane Alchemy, upright walking, some type of something. And they know that. They call it a troglodyte Niger, Niger. And then it's curious, 1812, they said the residents of African were white. It's like, oh yeah, so they hybridized the monkey, the troglodyte. We don't have them no more. But we do. We have their kids. But isn't that crazy? Now let's go back to narcissism and projection. These same evil white people that got here after Liberty Island, what do they project on black people here? That were monkeys or something, right? And the same evil ass stock of them in Germany had the human monkey zoo with the little black girl from Africa. It's the same people who projected that, right? They projecting that the people they've never met in human history for thousands of years of humans are monkeys. But then when you actually do their blood, they don't have a blood type and they have the rhesus factor. So who's the fucking monkey? So now you understand narcissistic projection is even in their history. Their history is a narcissistic projection because they don't have a human history. That's why this shit is frustrating. I'm not going back and forth if they could have created something human. They are not human in that time period in which humans have language, gods, and religions because they're not human. So none of that shit could ever be theirs. You understand? They're not human. Those are humans or man. They're not man. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. That's a parentheses. Those are two different types, Pokemon. Man and mankind are two different types of Pokemon. Adam man. The descendants of Adam is man. That's Abraham's kids. Abraham's kids will be Saracens. Now, who wants to kill the Saracens? People who are not man. All right, so mankind is doing dumb versus targeting Saracens. Who is the mankind that's turning on a Tartarian Ottoman Empire besides the Mongolian hordes of the implied genetic Yakub Jacob 2.0 tribes of Asia? Because we're talking about what the royals were doing and not the little captains. My mom was taken during the war and we lived in a village and we were poor and I beat the bad guy. That's not our fucking story, dickhead. What the fuck were we doing with all these damn communities and nations and all this shit? If we come from the people in our paintings, because those are our paintings and those are our places, even on the damn Mexican pyramid, they had the same damn drawings before they blew it up, Bruce. Who blew it up? These same damn niggas. Because they blow up all the shit and destroy all the shit that proves that they're not in that human history, dog. They blowing up the nose. It's not because black people got big noses. It's because they ain't got no damn nose. So they can't tell you the goddamn story that this motherfucker is one of their ancestors and thus they inherited all the things in the museums and all the artifacts because, oh, it's human race. We're all part of the same thing. Now, you see those nigga noses. You're going to look at their fucking nose and be like, when did a nigga nose ever in the history of nigga noses turn into a hook? On some Pinocchio shit. The liar curse, right? The liar's nail, the nose grows. And if it isn't made out of wood and it's made out of flesh, it'll hang over. What do you think this story is telling you? Them motherfuckers ain't no goddamn Bible. Can you imagine my grandfather killing some nigga for one of them bitches for real? Like, on some real nigga shit. Let's stop pretending with these things. On some realest nigga shit. You think any niggas like us is going to war to save one of those bitches you've seen on any of your fucking outlets? Nigga, I want to crash out for Rihanna. So imagine. So, yeah, man, they're not King David enough in their degrees, I don't think. So, but now you understand it's because it's completely fabricated. And whatever's behind their creation or hybridization or amalgamation is an evil motherfucker. Probably a black person or an African. I can almost guarantee it. So, they know that though. That's why they're becoming mules or donkeys. Why they can't reproduce. It ain't because of the poison and toxic. The reason why your food is poison and toxic is because that's what keeps them alive. Preservatives. Black people, holistic, homeopathic, the reason why they don't want us on that shit is because it keeps us alive, but it kills them. If we become vegans and we have O blood type, we can lose weight, keep muscle, and blah, blah, blah. If they do the same thing, their teeth start shrinking and they start looking like vampires because they have to eat flesh. It's implied in the fact that they descend from cannibals. They're not man. Man is less than 13% of the population. Go ahead and read Benjamin Franklin one more time and understand his language in that last paragraph. He says, the title of the document is The Issues of Mankind. Why why should we change the feature set of the people that belong to Venus and Mars on our side of the globe, implying that they're dark already on the other side, where these white people said they come from, with Benjamin Franklin? See, they can't read because I get it now. I get why no one understands anything. Because men wrote those books, not these things. These are not men. Nothing in the history that you can find about the people that came here. Like, all you gotta do is open your eyes and go, who's not Indian or black? All right, those people that are running things, they're not humans. They're chimeras. Look at Donald Trump's dad's head again. That Donald Trump has a son and he's retarded. Genetics. I'm King Solomon's like distant grandson, and I'm still brilliant. Trump's daddy retarded and his son retarded. It's in their family. It's incest. And that blonde hair and blue eyes tells you everything. It's a different species. That's just them, though. I don't know about these Jewish people with the weird noses and the curly hair mixed with Africans or Ethiopians or something. Cool story. You're mixed with something. But who mixed you with the other thing? The monkey. Who took the money and who spliced the monkey with what to make you? And that's recent, guys, because they did not exist in this country prior. They weren't spliced a long time ago. They were spliced in the last 400 years and grew to a force or whatever and blah, blah, blah. The rest is history for a little while. And they know that. And they know they're not man. Man descends from giants. I keep stacking for you now. I keep stacking for you. Their ancestors would be giants if they're us. Our book starts with our ancestors lived amongst the giants. Of course. They ain't got no story like that. Ain't nobody got no story like that. That they granddaddy a giant. Besides Israelites. Not that it couldn't have happened. I'm just saying in their story, they're talking about they're us. But in their human story of what they look like and where they come from, there is no giants in their story that they come from. Europa, a Phoenician word. It's a black angel woman. Don't even play with me. So you're from the place of the black angel woman, then you came to South America, the other place of the black angel woman on Mama Inga. Like, you ever notice that Europe and South America got the same black angel woman, Inga, nigga? Like, all of that means nigga. Angels are niggas. Like, so I start stacking higher for you if you need me to. You'll understand everything. That the niggas hybridized with man to make niggas. Inga, nigga, come on, more. You were created in Egypt. Don't miss it now. Egypt is a giant civilization. The ancient Egypt. Anything ancient is from the time of giants. 21 generations ago and prior. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I know. White people, y'all didn't show up before the age of giants. I swear to God, you didn't. not who you are to this day. So that's some new shit. Y'all gotta figure that out. But this Jewish guy who's been secretly upsetting things because he assumed our names. I got to pay attention to that one more than anybody else. Like that little nappy experiment right there, that little ghetto experience right there. You heard little Dickie said they got the skin of his elbow on his balls or something, or the skin of his balls on his shaft or something. That is a chimera. That is proof that they're doing genetic tampering on their embryos or their mothers or something with magnets. And that's that's the more decent way of doing it. But back in the day, before in vitro and all this designer babies on Michael Jackson, right? Like, nah, bro. And you already know they do clones, so like you understand the people who do clones are clones. Because they can't reproduce naturally. Not because they're trying to take over the world. The pen is mightier than the sword, nigga. Use your dick. All you gotta do is get bitches pregnant. Like, what the fuck? Even the Chinese people over there, billionaires and shit, they gotta get a fucking 100 OnlyFans models to carry these bitches. Man, I've been in a fucking fuck Sabbath if that's all it takes. I got $1 billion. All I gotta do is get 100 bitches pregnant. I'll be done by the summer, nigga. Fuck out my face. Meanwhile, in real life, though, with the others, like, they gotta play fucking games and use technology and waste money. Meanwhile, me and you, the humans who can just reproduce naturally, gotta work really hard so they can afford to. And that's the illest shit about it. If you don't work for them and you don't slave for them, and they can't automate this stupid digital system because their narcissistic ass can't see the end of the tunnel, by the time you opt out and you don't support them, they can't even afford to keep themselves alive no more. Because China's population is going to collapse in the next 10 years or so, which is why he went ahead and have 100 kids right now. You're taking it back to Africa, I guess. So yeah, you understand? Even the billionaires in China are preparing for Africa, like in terms of the village. That's why China needs Africa. China's new population, however they did it, is dying off. Japan's population, the same thing. Japan used to be black in the 1800s. So Japan currently is dying off. It's just dying off. We're being killed and murdered. They're naturally dying off. Well, our situation is different because these motherfuckers are evil. But everybody else has been evil towards us. That's the wisdom of the Bible. Like, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Doing to others as others were doing to you. Because they targeted us, they ended up getting targeted by the Most High. And now they can't reproduce. So, like, all their rules, all their laws, all their thoughts, all their money, all their banks is meaningless once they're dead. And they're all dying. It's not scary enough for them yet. But I'm telling you, I'm giving you the heads up. Like, it doesn't matter what the fuck they're doing with money. Trump is going to die before 2030. Like, and then once he's dead, Lord knows what the United States is going to turn into. You ain't even going to remember him 4 years after that because we'd be too busy going the other direction. He's just in the way of it currently, timeline wise. Other people, Benjamin Netanyahu, they set the precedent that you can take a war criminal out. Well, there's a lot of countries that want his war criminal ass, so imagine if. Like, he's dead. So all that shit that we heard about since 9/11 and shit, people are like, oh, that's a cool story, but that was a long time ago because all the niggas is dead. And that's what I'm saying. That's what's about to happen to you. Time is going to pass. We're young enough to get old enough to remember how serious this moment is, but these motherfuckers are going to die, and the people we live in correspondence with is going to act like that wasn't important, that wasn't serious anyway tomorrow. And I'm like, no, 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 we can't afford to do that little NPC program with them. Notice that that's always what they do. They always just keep going forward to figure out how to get back on the treadmill. That's a testimony to epigenetics. It's a testimony to their breed. And there's nothing we can do about it. School didn't teach us that. We barely pay attention to school, but they say we act like this because of slavery. Now they act like way more. We act more free than them. They have to threaten us, punish us, and make us go to their school to begin with. They go to school and sit down and just be functional. And the ones that can't, their parents say, "Fuck it, you need to sit in school. We're gonna put drugs on you." Like, think about that. You need drugs for your kid to sit still. It's crazy. Think about that. All the SSRIs that all their babies need is kind of crazy when you think about it. And you think it's because of fucking microwaves and macaroni and cheese. But what happens to human artificial? You don't find it weird that all these organs are missing? You don't find it weird? You don't find it weird that their bodies fall apart so easily? But they didn't have the stress or the work ethic of a black African slave in America. You don't find it weird? That allegedly their narrative, they've been easy coasting, just telling yuppies what the fuck to do with the authority of a bank with digital numbers and made up fiat for hundreds of years. And now their body, because it's never built anything with its own hands, is deteriorating faster than anyone else on this planet. But science. But healthcare, right? And that's the saddest thing about it. That's common sense. Their bodies are falling apart because of genetics. Why is mRNA? Hello? You think they're just testing how to kill niggas? Nah, they trying to test some other shit too. It's just their other shit kills niggas. Because we're not the same type of species. They can't make nothing for us. Never have. I don't even think it's mathematically or scientific possible for them to do it. Well, I think hatred and racism is just a side effect that they realize that they're nothing like us. While they're telling the world, they're projecting that they're the best thing since sliced bread. Like, what I'm saying is, publicly, they feel away and talk away and they try to intimidate us while we try to mind our business and live a good life. But secretly, internally, they know under the microscope that they're dying because they're not. You feel me? Like, narcissists die weird. Like, it's not when people figure out your games and your bullshit and your peacocking, you don't hold their attention. You don't hook them that much longer. Their life isn't about overcoming you or centering you and all your sadist projections on them. They move on, get healthy, hopefully, and they sail into the sunset. Meanwhile, the narcissist is like running out of gas. The older it gets, the more its beauty and vanity fades, the more its health fades, the more its relationships of manipulators and flying monkeys start to fly away. And then you gotta treat that little symptom on an individual as a whole consciousness or collective that does things politically across people. Like its significance and its valor and its word and its merit and its authority is already evaporated. It has no moral authority or compass to say, hey guys, this is the way we should do things. No one right now get on social media and say, hey, this is the right thing to do. No one would listen. That's a bad sign. Because I lived in a timeline during the same time, life of mine where everyone was kind of complacent to one of the three main variables. Now everyone's just like, I don't give a fuck. That is a sign of genetic corrosion. Because part of their genetic compensation was to subdue Saracens. Now they can't eat, they don't even have the energy to do that. They were programmed for 100 years to hate us. They're not part of no previous story with us. So imagine how it's evil, but it's. I mean, so many. We couldn't move. We're still here talking about it because we couldn't do anything about it. But let them die. So when you write, so if you live long enough, your children in the future get these videos and see it long enough in the future, and when they write a new Bible or add a new few chapters to the shit, and the people that we're talking about today no longer exist, you'll understand like it's a loop again. You know what I'm saying? Like when God says, "Let my people go," the people that held them end up at the bottom of an ocean. When we're in captivity, the people that hold us in captivity get utterly destroyed, is what I'm saying to you. So I'm not being mean in this. Their force and their persistence and their ignorance, if they believe in half of the shit that they stole from us, maybe that one hits their narcissistic soul the most. That if the God of Israel is correct and we did put his children in captivity, it's just a matter of time before they figure us out, a matter of time before something else goes wrong, a matter of time before we run out of time with the niggas we just slimed 200 years ago. It's a matter of time, matter of time. But if the God of Israel shows up, we'll be utterly destroyed. And I co-sign that message. I do believe that something to that degree is true. I think for something to be this fucking stupid, useless, and evil for so long, it wouldn't surprise me if God eviscerated it. I've seen God eviscerated the giants for less. They're running out of time against God, against genetics, against the atom clock, against their financial system that they never were going to get right. You know they're never going to get right because the people who set up this system are the squatters. They ain't come over here to, for growth and prosperity. These motherfuckers are monsters, dog. Like they call it the creature of Jekyll Island. You know the story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? Like, come on, guys. You know the story of Frankenstein chimeras? Come on, guys. They just call that shit science. These motherfuckers ain't scientists. Everything they created in the last 20 years of our life has been at the other end of Planned Parenthood's black melanin placentas. All your stem cell research is dead black babies, ain't it? Three in the chat if that's true. Stem cell that puts in your artificial flavors in your food comes from the fetus of aborted fetuses. Let's imply it's Planned Parenthood, wherever you get an abortion from, and someone handles that biological matter and it sends it. And then the placentas that you can't take home legally, although absolutely, if you know who the fuck you were, you should, though. But your hospital sell it for $90,000 to make fucking makeup and motherfucking the fucking any flavor that you have in anything flavored in your grocery store is a bunch of black fetuses. True or false? And they think it's controversial that we think they hung us and ate us at a picnic, but they literally telling us to this day a little bit more sophisticated. Quick, if you consent to killing your unborn baby sister, then we could take it and feed it back to you later in those fudge rounds. Basically, wondering why the genetics of niggas is giving people cancers. Wondering why the genetics of niggas fed back to niggas with seed oils and granulated sugar accelerates the corrosion of their kidney and their liver. Everything else is a side effect, diabetes. But wondering what the mystery is with these Jewish Khazarian companies that run everything. Y'all make me tired. Yo, my truth is, y'all make me tired trying to figure out the mystery here. There isn't one. These people are evil. Didn't get the notification. Shout out to Mr. Now. Shout out to Real Gospel. Mr. Now says they all say it, but they never say Grandpa barely went to fourth grade. And they make it a sob story. 333. Shout out to JPX. Shout out to Real Gospel. Peace to the tribe. Shout out to Georgie Porgy. Speak. Peace out to Harut, everybody. Hey, Mr. Now says they only interview Hollywood actors about split personalities, but the whole line of people acting line workers are just left undocumented. Correct. L, sparkling to infinity. Peace back in this mansion of my many houses. Come on now. Shogun Amir L, shout out to you, brother. Magneto, straight facts convict them in their planet. Turning off the TV. They got a whole club of having kids with their daughters, changing their surnames to African ones to get in the movement. Mm-hmm. Gorilla Gospel 3. Yeah, even the Miles Davis doc, half the fucking doc was about the back home mess. A quarter of it was the trumpet. Sizzle 563, Assassin's Creed. Animated objects. They're the dongle hook place, the Vril, VRILL, Mr. Now, to preserve their bodies. Blurred out books like Black Mirror, access denied to understanding them. Yes. 33333, shout out to you. Flavonoids, humanoids, you got it. Not the natural ones. Takes a new meaning word to we are the world, literally. But that's the craziest thing, bro. If a so-called black person says we are the world, it triggers some type of weird breakdown when the other people who are not black people say the oldest black people are black women on the world. So we say we are the world, and they're like, I don't know about that. We're something different. And right there, the whole spell is broken. Wait, why is it even in your mind to trivialize that if you are part of us? We've been here the whole time, first. And you're not in the war or the bullshit faggot stuff against the royals. You're just a person. How are you, like, confused about not being part of the human family if the human family starts with a black woman? And that black woman's a giant too, not Africans from the sub-Saharan African tribes. Let's get it together, Yoruba. The black woman is God of your creation because she's the one who made you. But it's a giant that made you. It's not your mother in that sense. It's your mother in the ultimate sense. She outstacks your mother for real. But your first mother always will. But your first mother ain't your size. I don't know why they make these mysteries. It's in King James English. It's plain. It's that these motherfuckers keep playing with shit for their Christian agenda, their church agenda to control as many people politically to get your fucking money from you. Like, you know what fucking Ponzi schemes and prepaid legal is. Yes, that version of church has always been with these niggas. Duh. That ain't what we talked about in our Bible, though. that Ponzi scheme, we didn't set that up. That's not in the Bible. How to do a Sunday church is not in the Bible because Hebrew Israelites who created the Bible told you that Sabbath is on Saturday. So the fact that you have Christians with our Bible on a Sunday should be enough evidence to tell you that these motherfuckers got a fucking mental health disorder. On God, and they put that on God, but God told them to keep the Sabbath holy, but they moved their church to Sunday. Just keep that in mind. Like God said, according to them in the Bible, that they said God wrote and told them to follow the Ten Commandments. The commandment says, remember the Sabbath and keep it holy. That's Saturday. What the fuck is Sunday church? Okay, and then you go there, they're not even really reading the Bible. All right. So can Hebrew Israelites get our shit back? Yeah, that is not what we were talking about. I can't wait for the black people to wake up and realize that their frustration with their ancestors is the fact that they don't know how to read the room. The Sabbath is Saturday. You're beefing with niggas who do stupid shit on Sundays. One more time. In the book, by the people of the book, all of that shit should be on a Saturday. Today, where you are, wherever the books are, you find that in a church on a Sunday. Do you think something is wrong? What is like not the other? And then a 10 to 20 year quest of history and religion begins, and you go, oh, Sabbath, Sabbateans, Saracens, black people worship God on Saturdays. So now you got black people who have epigenetic dispensation to do all the rituals on Saturdays, now committed since white people showed up to have to do it federally on Sundays. You understand the story again? You keep seeing it. Like every move they made that's stupid to fuck us over, the other immigrants came over here and normalized, and they don't know the difference. They're adopting. They're subscribers to Netflix, bro. They're not the programmers or producers of the show, and I get it now. So now you just move them the fuck out of our brain. They're not gonna help us. Us trying to fix our shit is going to put them in our way. We don't need nobody in our way. We need to know the difference. And there's plenty of white people and other people who are not us who understand exactly what the fuck I'm saying too. They need to know the fucking difference. Because all white people ain't white people. You understand? Like they're not related either. But it's crazy politically they treat each other as a monolith. For privileges at least. The privilege of being able to be in a black territory determining the fate of black people, resources, blood, names, and everything actually. They're not ready for that degree yet. They're not going to jump that high yet. But when they know the absolute truth and nothing but the truth, so help them God, they'll see it. Like, damn, that's right. This land belongs to Moors. Nothing changed that. But it forces Moors to have to get guns and have to kill somebody to establish or like it insinuates that we have to reconquest or reconquista our own land as we're standing here. Yeah, and that's how they play the story, or at least that's how they allegedly play the story. That's never been played before since none of them were Moors to play it. But Indian version of our persuasion, the 400 years of us over here, because we're diviners, because we see the future and things like that, I think our tribes play it different. And I don't know how long they think they got away with that. Like their grandfathers, they probably thought they got away with it. They probably died very paranoid. And here it is 60 years later, 100 years later. Like, not only are you not waiting for, like, Venezuela, Colombia, or China or Russia to strike back at the force, but white people, low-key, especially since they coming out talking about this Christian KKK revival bullshit I've been seeing, they're afraid that black people or brown people are going to finally hit them back socially, too. And it's crazy because I could have sworn Poland and Germany had this problem 100 years ago when the Jewish people turned everyone against the Germans. Now, keep that in mind. Jewish people turned everyone against the white people in Germany. That's how they ended up in this country after that war you call World War II. It wasn't a World War II. It was a Jewish war against the people in the territory that had just let them survive, and they betrayed them. And 100 years later, you got the same Jewish people, grandkids over here, about to betray all the white people that are not Jewish. Is it not the same fucking thing? Y'all missed that part. Fuck the concentration camp rumors and numbers. No, why the fuck that shit start for real? Because Jewish people in charge of printing presses, media, banks, and companies declared a civil war about commerce and trade and blocking out German white people from benefiting after they both took that shit from the Moors maybe just 200 years prior to that. So both of them niggas crazy, but the Jewish people betrayed the Polish German people in that story who are not part of the Khazarian bullshit going on. And then they come to America after being spared by the American dumbass white people. And they say, oh, bring my cousins back over here. And then their cousins put the knife in their back again. Because there's no love between them. It's all narcissism. And that's the craziest thing about groups of narcissists. Like, it ends with the last man standing. Like, the Mexican standoff is between narcissists. Y'all work together to fuck everyone else, but when you're the last ones at the top of the board, and the only way you can go higher is if one or you two jump off the Titanic, then here you go. This snake rattle that Trump is doing because his balls is being squeezed by the Khazarian lobby behind him is because they're getting nervous. And they know he's dumb enough and narcissistic enough and uses that positive polarity enough to be good enough to distract everybody from figuring out that these motherfuckers behind him are running out of time, dog. Right? They want to set it up the narrative and try to make it look like the back and forth is natural, or if it's against something that something else happened because unprecedented Maduro. But the whole time, you don't look at the rest of the world and you don't try to figure out why are they targeting Israel then. If this is about Trump, I mean, where is he between DC, Mar-a-Lago, and Air Force One? Like, are we really going after him, or are they just arming up and arming up and arming up to wipe Israel off the map like they've been promising for the past 10 years in a row? Fuck what the United States politics and angles are that we see in the podcast. What have they been saying in their goddamn podcast over there for the past 20 years? Since we, not minding our business, went over there and caused destabilization in their entire fucking region. From Egypt to Afghan to Iraq to everybody, Iran, everything in between them, nigga. Worrying about drugs being fucking peddled into the Americas. What the fuck have we been bringing over there for the past 40 years besides Bill Gates, drugs, contaminated condoms, all types of weapons of genocide, but patsied off Jewish like with plausible deniability, like, oops, we didn't know all those condoms had AIDS and HIV in it. Oops, we didn't know those ejections had too much aluminum in it. Sorry, half your village can't walk no more. Oops, we really just want to get this population thing under control for, you have access to clean water and you can work in our jobs for us. And people in America are like, yeah, man, that's the way, man. Like, we're the best way ever, and that's the way you do it, right? And then the whole thing be a lie. And the only thing that changed is all the motherfuckers that died. And now these niggas have access to their resources. Like, when are we gonna stop falling for that trick? When you gonna stop normalizing that that's justification for a country, a leader, or a war anyway? Like, what year is this? Is the fucking Jungle Book? Like, the Marines and the soldiers and everything. When y'all gonna grow the fuck up? Like, your ass going to hell faster. No president, no senator, nobody issuing you an unlawful command to go jump and kill innocent people for some shit that God gave their ancestors is gonna win your ass into paradise. So I hope the fucking scat pack that you ain't gonna be able to afford the fucking insurance on is worth it, you dickhead. But I noticed the picture. It's all white boys. So yeah, fuck you. You understand? Like, the fuck wrong with y'all? What constitution y'all stood on? CIA, FBI, DIA, whoever the fuck out here listening to these goddamn videos. What type of polarity of righteousness, prosperity, and what seeds are you dickhead sowing right now? Because it doesn't sound like you're sowing seeds for the nation, the people, your family, your progeny, or anything that's beneficial to the land you're operating in. It seems like you're covering your ass and panicking and making a whole bunch of stupid fucking collective decisions. It's one thing for your fucking president to be a fucking Looney Tune getting fucking dementia, but it's another thing for everybody in the chain command to be full steam ahead of all these commands that is leading them to hell in real time, given the fact PTSD, plenty of fucking podcasts and all types of documentaries we all seen for the past 20 years, yet they gonna jump they ass in a goddamn boat in a jet and go kill another innocent brown person again and then come back home talking about benefits and patriotism. Fuck you in 2026. This ain't Iraq Part 2. You can't keep falling for the same propaganda, nigga. And then 75% of Gen Z can't even be fucking drafted because their health is that fucking bad. Pause the tape. Fuck whether or not their kids are straight, gay, autistic or not. Did you hear what the fuck I just said? They wouldn't meet the requirements, the historical requirements for the draft. Fitness. One more time. I'm gonna do this one more time. So we think in a world of millions of soldiers that if we don't have 75% of the people 18 and older able to be drafted are ineligible according to the standards because of their health. I'm gonna do this one more time. I know. Fuck the draft, fuck the military. Because draft military science needs to be applied at a time where your dickhead president almost started some type of stupid ass reaction. If you start exploring the draft and blah blah blah, Gen Z, I'm pretty sure that's a mantra for something. They told you 75% of them are that fucking unhealthy. 75% of 18-year-olds can't pass physical fitness. Do the fuck you think they don't have a prosperous 30s and 40s? So 75% of your population that's replacing us is already good as dead. Because things aren't getting better in health and fun, you know what I'm saying? Like the cost of things, food costs, nothing's getting better in their next 20 years. So if they're starting at 75% can't pass the fitness requirements, and that's where their fitness is starting at 18 years old, there's not enough gym memberships, bro. They're telling you genetically the stock of the United States is over. But that's only a concern for people who run plantations, not the people who are planted. And that's the most evil thing about it. It's not up to y'all. Y'all didn't choose this country. They chose you to bring here. It's a different story. Imagine that. needing to run a draft, and you've run the draft on all the unhealthy people. 75% of your drafted people would be unhealthy. The mRNA go burr for real. Imagine PC or anything. They got to run in the fucking desert out here because they got to be by Mexico border. Let's say it's 110 degrees outside. And they're like, run them out. They'll be dead before sun come down. Y'all know that by now, right? Like, it's not just as simple as Trump and doing little dances and playing the games like he ain't a fucking war criminal. It's the fact that the mRNA is still a real phenomenon out here. As soon as it was getting to the good part about holding Pfizer and all these vaccine companies accountable, so much so that Trump kind of dog whistled it again by removing a bunch of vaccine schedules from your children, correct? Because 75% of the last batch of children ain't good for shit per their standards. Y'all don't understand how these white supremacist geneticists talk. I do. I just don't sugarcoat it because they're faggots. So these faggots are trying to say to you that they're gonna, whether these kids are draftable or not, they're gonna be just like the Ukraine soldiers. They're gonna draft them whether they like it or not and throw them at the fucking cannon fodder if anyone decides and wish a nigga could cross into this country. So that's only if. Only if shit go kinetic, they're gonna draft them anyway, and most of them are gonna die. They've been on their phone their whole life too, so. You got the YNs with the switches, but that's a little bit different when they actually get shot back. Yeah, sneaking up on people and shooting them when they're not shooting back isn't cool. I want to see you do that when there's snipers, missiles, and drones, because this is, modern warfare. I want to see how cool that switch works on them drones when they buzzing around your ears. Bzz. You understand what I'm saying? They love fucking video games and Roblox. Well, shit, y'all better start watching those POV cameras of how those Russians and Ukrainians been fighting for the past 5 years, because that's what they are only planning to do with you. If God believe in God or something, but if there's no God or nothing, and the shit's going the way it's been designed to be going by these people, then oh yeah, they don't let all them kids die in that war, and then bring in some new immigrants and try again, and pay them less and restart the cycle. They're gonna build it from minimum wage all the way back around 1999, and they'll start over again if you let them. That's exactly what they're doing. They get away with it because most of you die in the process. A reset is a mass casualty event when it's engineered by them. This not ancient, this ain't secret, this ain't magic, this ain't spirits, this ain't gods. These are just Jewish people playing God. So they're gonna wipe out their crop the way they're going. And that's why they can do it. That's why they can keep making these bad business decisions and all these betrayals, because your kids are the ones that get murdered for it, not theirs. Their kids get all your tax dollars to, rest comfy during all the wars over there in the land they stole from somebody else. Is that not their story? Fuck their education, their IQ. Fuck their contributions to being in our fucking business. Does every civilization get worse after their influencers? Yes. Look at Aiden Ross and all the gay shit that they normalize on Twitch. Everything they normalize and in charge of turns into some faggot shit. Is destroyed faster than it became popular. And then they sitting there in the damn $1 million houses and stuff with watches on, looking like some fucking tryhards, and we're wondering why everything's so fucking corny. Because we gotta hear these stupid nigga thoughts talking to retarded niggas whose mothers don't know any better. Like, our culture has celebrated retarded niggas for 20 years in a row because of Jewish people. All those platforms are ran by Jewish people, so they determine who go viral and gets paid, and they pick retarded black people to be the minstrel. It's really mean and cruel-hearted. They can never pick me. They'll think I think too much. So you understand? So that is our society. That was our mainstream society. You notice, hip hop's only been alive 20, 30, 40 years, and it's dead because of them. So everything they touch dies. And the only exchange is like, ooh, someone's worth $1 billion, and meanwhile, you never see it pop up in your life. So what the fuck does that mean that they're $1 billion trillion company? Do you ever see it out here? Meanwhile, in the 90s, black people, you show me what you got. Like, I can see it. I can see his car. I can see his chains. I know how much they cost. Oh, yes, those games. Someone has $1 trillion on paper. Like, shut up. When the Fallout 4 soundtrack is playing outside? That's not like Fallout 4 radio. Fallout New Vegas radio for real. 1945. They trying to bring the vibes back. Ain't none of these weak ass, bitch ass people about to be called to arms, motherfucker. 75% of Gen Z doesn't have the health to do a war, meaning their parents is cooked. It's genetic. The two parents that came together under the law of hypergamy in this nation put together a bunch of college baked kids that are bad mates genetically. And duh, because women are dumb enough to chase a nigga with money and not think about his damn genetic compensation. But as long as he can afford to pay for the kids, it don't matter if they're retarded or got little calf muscles or not, I'll be fine because once I divorce them, I'll be able to restart a new life, ass bitches. And that's most of them, since most of our women aborted most of our kids. So 75% is probably them. And then you understand, like, why is that? Now they want to run and take the vaccines off of them because they realize they got a bunch of weird kids. But I thought it was science. I thought this saved lives. I thought this was the lie you told all the black people when you came to our neighborhoods with your free health care to make sure we get all the same shots. Medicare, Medicaid, correct? In order to go to this school that we're mandating, we need you to have these shots that we're now saying publicly in 2026 is really fucking bad for you. Like over half of them we removed so far. All the ones we normalized that you need your health care for. Yeah, I need to get a good job with a salary and pay like $400 or more a month for this health care so I can put all these shots in my child's ass and wonder why they can't sit their ass down in class no more. Like, where is common sense at in this country? And it only irritates my soul is because this narrative has not changed on our side. The whole time I've been on the internet, we've been talking about the shit that's going to happen, like these pinpoints, these particular topics in particular. The same people, the same setup, the same Illuminati, the same Vrils. It's been the same shit, dog. Because they're the ones leaking it. They just didn't think they'll run out of time. They thought they would die because people would round them up and arrest them and do the fake Holocaust that never happened that way. Again. But no. Nah, parasites always die. All dimensions. They always die, not sometimes. They always die. When there's nothing else to parasite from, when there's nothing else to host, it dies. That's the weird thing about a parasite. It has to be a parasite to live. You understand? You can't fix it. You can't turn a parasite into a herbivore. Unless there's herbivore parasites. Or you can't turn a parasite into like a fucking breatharian, right? Where he's just not going to promise not to destroy anything. You can't do that, man. You put termites next to trees, you have no trees left. You put parasites next to people, you have no people left. And our whole nation is sick. Mental health disorders through the roof. Gut disorders through the roof. Heart disorders is a sleeper. Like, oh, you fat black people, stop eating all that butter. And the whole time it was granulated sugar. But, we can go to everywhere that serves all this nasty food and seed oils. That's not been causing cancer 30 years in a row. So you understand? Like, it's this nation was pumped sick. And then you're like, well, how come our country and DEA and all these people and FDA and all this approve all these things that kill all the lab rats? Because Jewish people want money. You see why like chasing money is evil? Because you end up next to the Jewish people that are killing you and your family for money. But it's like clean hands though. It's like dust in their hands. Outside of the rituals and abuse and the little shit they do to children for their clout or their dues, no, I'm talking about like their policies of like fuck the environment, fuck your healthcare. If I get money, I don't care who dies. You want to be famous or close or successful to start your business to get a pat on your head by them niggas. That created all the conditions that made it so hard for you and your niggas. Like, and then you see the loop of the coon. Or the buffoon, or the fool, or the nigga that has to wear the dress. Where are they now? Talking about this mess. Little bitch ass niggas quiet in their little room somewhere, doing a podcast about sports, but they ain't never talking about the game that's on. Notice everything that's talking about something: sports, games, entertainment, music, Hollywood movies. You notice all of them are contemporary sciences and diatribes, but they're always talking about the past. Like all your actors, they're talking about, oh yeah, it's such a great time back on The Sopranos, shot 40 years ago. Or they're like, oh yeah, man, that one scene in The Wire. Or like, oh yeah, yeah, man, back then, when Reuben Vincent met Neil Pogue in Atlanta with Babyface in 1994. Like, y'all don't hear none of the music that's on right now? What about in the last 10 years? 15? We're going to keep going back to 1994. From movies, television, and video games. Sonic this, Mario that. Like, all right, nigga. Anything recent or modern? There hasn't been an artist, a producer, or anyone talented in the last 40 years? How long you think that shit gonna last? How long they fucking think bringing all these old heads back to talk about the old times? And I'm not against it, but I'm just saying that's all there is. Like, at what point do they finish telling the story? And it's all said and done. And then we talk about something new. Because they acting like Venezuela wasn't destroyed, but they don't talk about the blues. You understand? Like, you see, like, what weird compromising position even your male leaders of thought or art or culture is that because they have to keep their platform to keep the monetization going for their expensive mortgages, they can't even be real niggas. And they fucking think I want to hear about their memories in a goddamn studio when they're going to turn around and prompt a hit song on a goddamn phone in the same damn city. And I'm not saying I'm not against the documentation. I already know how important documentation these videos and podcasts are going to be for someone who gives a fucking future. If anyone gives a fucking future, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the reason why it's only spinning the same cycles of nostalgia is because they too pussy to talk about anything real today. And they get to hide behind the banner of, community guidelines and, I don't want to bring politics into it. And then they start talking about the politics of the East and the West and the Biggie and the Tupac and the Crips and then the Black Mafia family and the politics of the secret societies probably with the baby oil parties. They'll talk about all that mess and who's fucking whose wife probably and who was really there when he got shot and who we really think did it. But when it comes to like, yeah, I'm against, motherfuckers blowing up children, that's where they draw the fucking line. Fucking cowards, correct? So how the fuck could they come from any of these empires of great soldiers and great warriors, if that's the case? I just need to understand something, that's all. I don't even get paid to speak up for it. Fucking monetized, nigga. They're murdering us. I said 7 of my ancestors died in the last 5 years. I ain't getting paid to tell the goddamn truth of the pain and the fucking continued abuse and racism through nonchalant, benign neglect-isms, and for people to gaslight me and say chemtrails ain't real, but hey, chemtrails are here. For people to gaslight me and say my sixth sense was incorrect when I figure out like these vaccines is a bad idea and they don't remove half of them this year. Like, you ain't gonna keep telling me I've been right about the same thing I've been standing on business for, at least on video, for 10 years. And now all of a sudden this year, everything we in this chat has talked about, from the Discord to 3 a.m. to the dailies, is every fucking day for real. So imagine if I didn't talk about shit. Crazy story. Shout out to Shogun, China, or Jonathan Lee. Or is it shareholders? Either or, sharecroppers. Same story. I can still run a while even if I out of shape. My brother was in a Gen Z. Nah, folk don't run weird. They do run weird. Pastors and reverends here in Chicago had a protest about the property tax, but didn't have it at the mayor house or the Board of Education yet. They had to have it at Trump Tower, the protest. Wow. Just like they do with money. Pay you with a piece of their own Social Security every month. Gorilla Gospel says, yo, for real, Fast and the Furious 60. And it's sad, though. It's sad that the only thing preventing anybody, like, decent from speaking up is the threat of not getting access to money, period. Like, and that's it. And that's that live by the sword, die by the sword. You'll do anything for money. That means you'll do anything to keep it. And every time this universal law plays out. They do anything to get into privilege, anything to get the benefits, anything to get the clout, anything to get the man, anything to get the woman. And then you wonder why motherfuckers ended up dead and murdered and shit. Because the niggas who did anything to get it are going to do anything not to lose it. Even if inevitably they lose it anyway, because all of it's foliage. But that little contingency plan right there. Yeah, we'll give you money, but you can't snitch on all the foul shit that we're doing. Because why are they paying you not to talk about the shit that we talking about? Because the shit that we talking about, if you talked about it, you expose that these are some fucking sick people. And you rather be paid by them. And you see, and that's implied in you not even saying nothing. Like, yeah, I don't want to speak about that. Anytime Joe Rogan buckles his eyes when someone mentions Israel or Jews on his show, or anytime any of the black music podcasts, they say something real, they start buckling their eyes. Like, they're going to say, oh, yeah, man, this little man, he only care about his platform, man. He's trying to be mainstream. Nah, nigga. He a bitch-ass nigga, and he know who the fuck cut his goddamn paycheck. That's not meritocracy. That's not biting the hand that feeds you. It's the fact that their hand is raping children. Remember what the topic is when they play stupid. Like you're not speaking up on your platform about women and children and the little boys. We got to say that out loud under children. You understand? Like, you got to say it out loud. Like, no, the Epstein files is about the exploitation and manipulation of little boys and little girls and everyone else in between us. And in that, we have people running our nation who are always associated with that, including the guy that's bringing you ChatGPT with his data centers at your tax dollars that's poisoning you. They touch little boys and girls. Yes, we should talk about that. We should explore the connection between rampant psychopath, narcissism, homosexuals, and child abuse and see if the DSM can be updated with ChatGPT and say no fucking shit Sherlock Holmes. But nah, I don't want to say that, man, because people, it's such a divisive right now. There's so much negative energy out there right now. I just want to remember the time back in 1997, right? Yeah, that was crazy. I met her that day, man. Yeah, man, and her man at the time. And they just tell you a whole nother fucking reprobate story in the same fucking breath. Start making dick jokes. But they'll draw the line at pedophiles. Talk about anything indecent, taboo under the sun. But when it's time to expose what's holding the whole world up, let me bite my tongue, man. I'm gonna let God handle it, you feel me? Because God gave me a mind, gave me a body, and gave me this divine power and protection. But I'm gonna talk about Christianity and God and all this bullshit on a podcast, but never mention anything that's going on right now. Why the fuck is Pastor Jamal Bryant being interviewed about how he's trying to parlay a new relationship so he owes it to his kids that his narcissistic ass played his damn mother in the damn church, but God gives us second chances? Tyler Perry, please, like, cut it the fuck out. God didn't give you no fucking chances, you faggot. Why the fuck you got a Sunday church? Bitch ass niggas. On Israel. Put that on my credit card. See what I'm saying? And I say that. Now imagine, I'm standing on business. And then all the bitch ass niggas doing the wrong thing are always the bitch ass niggas getting exposed for doing the same stupid shit. And we have never witnessed nothing else with these niggas. It's just that little sweet spot when they get hot and after these sacrifices and their little Jewish check kicks in and however they fuck up their spending and their lifestyle and their second chances. And then when the light fades and there's no more opportunities and all of a sudden you realize, oh yeah, he's a faggot. I haven't seen a different ending yet, bro. That's the only reason why I'm tight about this shit. Because it's the same pattern. Copy and paste, copy and paste. And then you stop and you're like, who is mashing these Play-Dohs the same? Oh, the Jewish Khazarians. Wow. That's all it takes? Over and over again. And it's never another problem. And that's the crazy thing. You don't even need fucking quantum computers and AI to solve this mystery. If the FBI and CIA took it serious. Oh, well, who cut their checks? My bad. Yeah, y'all can't even do your job. Oh, they ain't your job. That's why. No wonder. This country ain't shit. You got a whole bunch of things you assume to be in position to regulate on a degree, but instead it's doing something totally different. It's just there to remind you that if you do some weird shit, they gonna get your ass. It's a deterrent. It's like the fucking extra camera in a bank that don't work. That's all it is. They're protecting these faggots. You notice that every progress or leak has always been a hacker, and it's never your intelligence agency. Your intelligence agency gotta have like white hat hacking events in Vegas and shit to find some child autistic prodigy. What the fuck have y'all been doing in that same degree of your only job to exist for 50 plus years? How come you just don't have it like that yet? Like, I'm pretty sure I got to the bottom of a human trafficking ring associated with Atlantic Records before any of these niggas did. And they still don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about. But I have screenshots and videos of niggas shutting down their Instagram profiles once I started matching sigils in this bitch. Ask Mr. Knight. He's seen it. So it's not even, you know what I'm saying? It's not even hidden. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I was FBI or CIA and those were the positions and that's what we're trying to stop and that's what's wrong with civilization, like, it'll be done already. But it's like, no, oh, that's not what it is. It's not because I'm special or smart. It's because these motherfuckers are full of shit. They don't do that anyway. They have a quota, a threshold. They don't actually try to, they don't actually try to fix anything. They're trying to maintain white supremacy through bureaucracy and legalese and cool language. Meanwhile, just follow whoever's cutting their fucking check. That answers everything and everything this stupid ass set up. That's the problem with it. That's why democracy and capitalism is stupid. Because all your morals and all your judgments are collapsed as soon as someone is offered something more to do the other thing. There's no loyalty to the game. There's only loyalty to change. So, like, if you're going to build a democracy, capitalistic society on values and Christian borrowed values of Muhammad or whatever the fuck, and then you turn it into, well, I'm rich, I do whatever the fuck I want with a two-tier justice system, then your whole society has been, you know what I'm saying? The whole concept of the society in the United Constitutional Way of Life, obviously, as of this video, it's just it's a theory, it's an idea, it's a cool little guideline to keep in your little head, so you don't worry about actually fixing the real problems. Instead, I know their tactics. They're very lazy and uninspiring. But it's even more eye-opening when you realize, like, in the 80s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they kind of had us because you don't see them in their house. You don't see them behind the scenes, so you think they really on something. But now that we have social media and cameras and over, every controversy is being exposed, and it's always the same pattern. It's not like they're creative with it either. You go, oh, that's what's happening no matter what? How come they never have an evil genius with good ideas that be curing shit anyway and about that business will go upside your head if you try to steal their patent or stop the operation? Where the niggas that they got nuclear bombs that are killing cancer? Like, where the niggas at with the fucking AK-47s with all the attachments of making sure sickle cell ain't ruining Africa? Like, where's that faction at? Only secret societies and factions of secret technologies around niggas who want to put their dicks in little kids. And that's what we get to look forward to when we get to visit Ibiza and party with them. Fuck out my face. Then everyone in Hollywood, sad and miserable, homeless, and on drugs, telling you the same thing. Like, it's been the weirdest gay party since these bitch ass niggas got here. Project Paperclip ruined the vibes. I swear it did. As if the vibes aren't ruined before then, but that one right there, that's the millennial. That's what we're living through. Nazi, Israeli, Germany, United States, or something. With the Bernays finesse of convincing the slaves that they're free. What a relief. Oh shit, rent due. You always something due. There's always another bill, there's always another thing. You know what's crazy? You ever think about the day you die and all those bills and subscriptions are gonna be due the next day, like in the days to come right after you die? Like, there's gonna be a point in time in your life when you're finally up out of here where there's no more bills or subscriptions for you to pay. You ever think about that? Like, one day it all stops the day after you dead, right? Like, one day all of it stops when you stop, obviously. But what I'm saying is, isn't it crazy that those things persist even after you're dead? Make sure you frame it properly. Like, those things that everyone's stressed out about persist even after the day you're dead. Yet people are living to chase the things that are going to persist even when they're dead. And that little treadmill right there is the cause of all the miseries. We know. We know. We know. So we try to get ahead of it. Run faster, generate karma faster, more funds faster to cover for it. But even still, when you have enough saved up and covered for it, that's eventually going to go away once you're dead because you're not alive to add more to it. So everything you're doing is until you're dead anyway. Granted, but nothing you did while you were alive persists after you're dead anyway. That's the problem with this system. Our ancestors and other cultures around the world, not even ours, they built things and gave it to their sons. And it stayed that way until something was undone. How you give debt notes to your kids as an inheritance? Message. A pedophile paid him that week. When they reminisce over you, my God, 90s hip hop for $500. It roots us every time. Gorilla Gospel says, when she made me promise, that was the beginning of the end. Lord have mercy. Mr. Now says, Ohio wrote 21 World Fair Circle. I remember when I cracked that symbol. Yup, Terran Art 3. Tattoo artist shutting down their pages. TTU flying to Italy with his mouth covered saying he just works here. Still no idea where Trey Songz is from those missions. They were AI pictures. That was very weird. They going to that island west of Napoli. He was in Rome for a week in that hiding or something like that. Or on the track. Yeah, he said I just work here. He posted himself jumping on a plane with a mask with the caption, I just work here, and then showed that he was in Italy. Curious. And then he ended up making an mgthefuture type beat for Amory. So I know he was watching. I only interviewed all his colleagues. So it's not a stretch of my imagination to understand that he heard exactly what I said when that post was made. It was very fucking strange. Because I didn't make it talking about, I wasn't investigating thinking about him. He was just at the center of the Atlantic Records signing. That's how I found everyone else off of him. Fuck. My connect know the man, not the man that know the man. Like, he's humans, bro. He could have just went out to Milan for the music and fashion. Rome specifically, he went straight to the Vatican. Yeah. Let him. I can't do nothing to them in that way. Everything I do is just what I say. It just takes more time. It's not as kinetic as the other options, but it catches up if it's true. That's one thing about God and everything. It's like if you sense it and it becomes true, then it is true. You ain't manifesting something that's false. You ain't manifesting nothing that's not based in truth. It does, like, what basis does it produce on? But the shit I'll be thinking about, or I find out, like, pattern recognition wise, it just be on time. It just be the time for someone to say something. And how is that person to say something and to make phone calls? It's inquiry. It's the Inquisition. Say, hey, have you noticed something? I want to show you this pattern. It's kind of fucking important if you give a fuck about women, I think. Like, I seen grown ass men, these boomers get really fucking weird when it was time to be men suddenly. It's like, oh, y'all niggas got caught up in TV and magazines. Y'all like talk, y'all do that shit like it's Star Trek or Dungeons and Dragons. Y'all ain't men for real. Society don't have them in that type of abundance. Like, men get all the favor and get connected to that side of the society. They become very soft. It's alarming. And I meet them when they're old, like after 40. Like, as soon as they turn 40 and all that shit, all that cool, tough stuff at 15 to 21 is cool. It's cool. But all your best friends are pedophiles now. When you gonna do something about it? And you surprised they raping you of publishing. Law correspondence? They rape you from everything. And they be doing weird shit at parties with these kids and these women. But you ain't gonna say nothing. Okay. But come on, do a podcast next week and tell me about how you own 50% of some cool song in 1999. Shout out to Gerald. Like, you feel me, bro? Shout out to my brother Composure Slim for the Cashapp. Oh, that's Black and Mild phone right there, boy. I was short enough, short too, brother. Shit, I might be able to take a walk. Lord have mercy. Mel Gibson is in Italy and spoke on how Italy don't have GMOs. But he still started talking and fucking playing in Jesus' face. You feel me, bro? Like, he's still trying to do a Passion of Christ and make him white, and I just don't understand nothing about life. Like, their eyes can't read these words. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, dog. This is a crazy world. Look, I can tell you, whenever I die, if they give us a little waiting room, like if we still have our consciousness and we can communicate to something, like an overseer, a manager, somebody. I don't know, a big homie. I don't know if I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I want to talk about with big homie directly, but somebody on the way up. Somebody on the way up, though. Robert Williams, Dream Chasers, a bunch of carbon copies, not even blind carbon copies. This is Pimon, Meek Mill assistant, and he asked me to hit you up because you hit his IG interested in doing a record for him. Reply and let us talk about the detail. And some copy and paste 770 phone number, blah, 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 blah. Maybach Music Group. For the producers out there, if you've heard of this clown. I don't know if he's really Meek Mill affiliated, but it's bookmeekmill@gmail.com. Robert Williams. And he just spammed a bunch of people too, wasn't he? You know what I'm saying? It's like Nigerian level scams. If Meek Mill down to that, oh Lord. If Meek Mill is doing the Benny the Butcher hustle, hey rapper, send your verses in, but make sure you send $100, and then the person we already have collabing with us, he'll win, but for a shot at working with one of us, it'll never happen, and you'll never hear the song. Like Meek Mills, bro, you better. Shout out to my brother Hardy G, bro. I appreciate you, fam. Oh shit, that's a honey bun right there, boy. God to God be the glory. Hold on, let me find. Let's talk about something. Meek Mill was just in the airspace a couple days ago too. Oh no, did he? Same story though. These people are evil though. I'm trying to figure out which etymon word I'm trying to figure out in my head. Give me a second. There's another word that kind of it's just breaking spells for our mind to think about shit differently, so we make more structured thought forms. The same theory as H3O. When you pour water through a lattice and it gains more structure and it gains more volume. And your brain is water, so if it gains more structure, it'll gain more volume. It's not the data, it's the structure of the data. You feel me? It becomes math and science after that, and of course they don't teach us it. But if they did, you'll know that all of your experiences, all the things you read, all the things you see, all the things, blah blah blah, everything that you've experienced with your five senses, and some of the ones you don't, all create a lattice. And your mind is like, it's not going from line to line or neuron to neuron. It's bouncing around like Pong, but in 360. So that structure of thoughts and forms is very important, especially when you have to change your mind. That's the hardest thing because you have these lattices and these connections that you think, well, if I change my mind about this, it'll stop this result or behavior. But you can't change your mind. You can't commit to it because you have another habit or way of life that's also connected to the same root node. Like, I need to change this for that. But this is connected to 20 other things that I haven't even thought about changing yet because I haven't connected them in such a way to be related to each other. But they absolutely are. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing with everything, with cognitive dissonance and like upgrading your awareness of the same data. And you're going to fight with that shit. Same thing with the Bible and trying to get your life right and shit coming out of society back into like a religious over. Like, I think some of the Christians, especially the ones who are serious about it, like if they just realize what Sabbath is and that they're descendants of Israelites and they took that same function and form in their love of God and then corrected the Mosaic part of it, they'll have way better results. And if we somehow took that seriously and came together as a community and started moving in that direction, collectively we'll have better results too. And then you just gotta let time deal with attitudes, hierarchy, and social issues. But fundamentally, the magic of what we do. Our ancestors gave us a very particular spell ritual order, so I mean, oh shit, man. It's tired. It's worrisome, man. I don't know why either. I don't know why either. God could have been wrapped all this up if he wanted to. I know. The devil could have been one too if he wanted to, if he was serious enough about finishing. But you know. But maybe they're just describing a phenomenon of energy and physics we just can't see again yet. But we still have to finish our breakfast. What is the problem with our society? We have an evil cabal of pedophile and human sacrificing type people telling the rest of the world what to do. And I just been praying and praying and praying. I'm gonna keep on praying too. That God just continues to expose them and dispose of them. Because I don't want nobody's children to have to live in a world with any of that as the fucking holdup or as the threat or the fear on a normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need a whole bunch of laws and a whole bunch of shit. It ain't that deep. Now, this is a network. The network needs to go. Not the behavior. And not every. Sometimes people are in court and people are in prison. Someone in your family did a thing. I ain't talking about that. They don't run nothing in our society, and they all they ask is go to jail. I'm talking about the ones who can't go to jail because they run your society through the Ponzi scheme of credit cards. They ask. They need to just go ahead and El Chapo or El Maduro. They ask. Period. 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 And then let the military return its valor and honor system. And then all that. It's crazy that once you know that note is corrected, everything else automatically fixes itself with time. You always gonna have nigger dramas and people going back and forth over something. But this particular parasite, this particular setup, if you think about every other country that has way less than the United States on paper, and how much better of quality their life is, architecture, modalities, everything is so much better. Now imagine if they had the resources this land had in that same type of vibe and energy. Like that's the crime of the century. Like we have the ingredients for an epic society. We have the ingredients. We already have the Roman thing. We have the mixed society. Give it 400 more years. They'll get some tans. Everybody else ain't gonna live. So you know what I'm saying? Like like it's gonna it's gonna autocorrect regardless. I guess our generation just wish better for us by now. I guess like I'm perfectly fine. Like if inevitably our timeline of people eventually if they get a Joshua, fine. Like we may not live to see the other side of that. But as long as it gets that way, as long as we can push our energy in the ball to give the kids and the grandkids of everyone's kids a fair shot of us not acting like this ain't sinister and evil and psychic and supernatural negativity against us. Like not just me, I'm talking about us. Like they're using force and magic and rituals against us. Like we keep ignoring that fact and treating and telling our kids and the other people like that shit's not real, but yet every controversy is about it. Like you don't have to understand the ins and outs of it to know that they're trying it, and the people trying it is what's causing our problems. So as long as we keep pushing back and speaking up against evil, I don't care about the religion or the God or the devil name. These are people doing it. I care about the group of people that keep doing stupid shit and then have the same breath to tell us what to do and who gets to die and who gets to go to war. Nah, let the records reflect that our society knows exactly what the fucking problem is. At the very least, we know which attic Anne Frank is currently in. There's one I had to ask, how come we didn't go save her? 333. Game did that too a while back. The guy's name? I already closed it, my bad. It was Robert something. Mr. Now says on vacation you eat twice as much in any hotel and can digest and no stress of non-ingredients. They never heard of the vacation effect. And people that eat pasta all day here still get fat. Is there might not be many preservatives, but they still putting them there. Nah, all that GMO shit people talking about when in Italy is weird. Mel Gibson with the GMOs. Even J. Cole started tired. He was staying on that chair last concert. Yeah, that was sad video. If I didn't see a person on the eve of my attempted murder that had his face, different body, but he had J. Cole's face. Him and J. Cole, I was like, that is J. Cole's brother. They had the same face. That shit is weird. And then I saw the chain. I was like, ain't no niggas around here got chains like that unless somebody got some money somewhere. But this guy's a bum. Who gave him that chain? Weird story. I ain't from Young Guru since. This game's nasty, son. It gets busy. Thank God I'm competent, though, boy. Thank God I'm competent. I get a chance to live through it and be a witness to all the industry stuff, too. But not at the industry party, just industry people, bro. It's a weird fucking story. I don't know how to land it just yet, but I don't have no good feelings about it. Everybody knew my number and my DMs and everything about it before I indicated who's involved. You feel me? It was what they say. It was all good just a week ago. So if I want to shoot my arrows and call you out, I'm hoping I miss. And last year I learned I did not miss. Real life. Real life. That was last year was a weird fucking year. Like coming face to face with like everything I did on 3am and like seeing it play out like in the like instead of talking about it outside of it or about it or the stories I know and the people I met, like, you know, in my limited contact to some of those entities higher up, and then being in touch with entities higher up, and then watching it play out, or you know, you see it's a timeless fuckery going on. Now, I don't know what that is. Actually, I do. Let me stop fucking lying. If I had to guess, if I had to use my Jew brain and stop doing the fucking shoot everyone bail when they didn't ask for it game. What I think they do, and this is me thinking because they don't answer nothing, they don't tell nothing. Maybe they're sworn to secrecy. I know. But you got a problem though. Let's talk about that first. The same problem NASA had. That's how I know they're some damn liars. Secrecy. Secrecy can only work with denial. The key to a good secret is a good lie to cover it, or a good paradigm or narrative in which you don't stumble over the truth by trying to tell a lie to reveal the truth. So you learn how to, they call it a deflect, professional deflection. So understand that. What's better than lying, so you don't get caught up in the universal law that starts when you do that too much, especially when things serious, like life and death and money. But instead of lying and getting caught up in that degree, you just learn how to be, a talker, like business people, like deflect, or politician, deflection, deflect. This way you didn't lie. This way you didn't hurt no one's feelings. This way no one gets accountability. You know what I'm saying? You learn how to talk about or pivot. That strategy right there, like the science of politics or the science of doing that in the military, the science of doing that with NASA, the science of doing that with the music industry people, they all have one thing in common, and that's masonry. The people who have perfected deflection in all of your judges, politicians, all that, one thing they all have in common, even your music industry people, one thing they all have in common, they lie about the same things the same way and deny and don't touch the same things the same way. And they yet happen to all be part of brotherhoods and lodges. So what that reveals to you is that even if there's a corrupt guy in their circle, a little bit more corrupt than them, right? Like a problem, because they're in a secret society together, they can't out them because now they're operating, or speculative, or operative, or whichever one. Now they're operating as a brotherhood. Yeah, I know it sounds kind of gay when you think about it. When you got a whole bunch of people that hate you and you see your ancestors and you want to be brothers with them. But if you took this shit serious, but in the way they take it for the advantage of opportunity, because the brotherhood doesn't guarantee money, it guarantees favor with your brotherhood. And as effective as your network or node of your brotherhood is, it's not implied that all brotherhoods are on the same. You understand? All Masons ain't the same thing. The problem is the evil in your society infiltrate Masons. So Masons would be the per capita of what the fuck's wrong with the government. Because what's fuck wrong with the government are the people who have to be Masons to be in your government. And then once you understand that, it'll start spinning different. So with NASA and them, when they start telling, classifying documents about the moon they never went to or anything associated with the unseen stuff, remember they have a secrecy, NDA, and all these things at every level they participate before they get to the camera to lie to you. So in order to go to certain things, you have to have the secret society of your bloodline, like your families, your churches, or your neighborhood, because they're immigrants. Then you have the secrecy of whatever little club you join. For a lot of black people, we join gangs. So that's like your first type of oath or, whatever. And then you have the oath you get in college, which you join your Greek. Then you have the oath that you pass for your master's or your doctorate, especially doctors. They have a different oath and a different degree. And then if you want to get into the things more inspiring, you join the military. And again, you put under oath. Now, if you're in the military and they think you have some type of competence or use, they'll put you parallel. There's secret societies in the military too. The Sigmas, the blue ones for the black people. And then the tons of them for the white people. So then you have that secret society and then you get a job. We call it gray ops. And you have an NDA and a secret there. I worked with them at Lidos. So you imagine by the time they do that shit for 20, 30, 40 years and they're 60 years old talking to you, doing news or whatever the fuck it is that we come across them, you're looking at a person who is perfected to lie about at least 9 different classified awarenesses. And then everything in life that you can talk to them about has to filter through one of those, meaning they can never tell you, the profane, the truth about anything. By the time they get old enough, they're so Jewed up in NDAs and contracts and secret societies that it's almost like they're not in your society no more. Hence why they have all their own private islands and private parties and private business board meetings, because it's the only time they really could be themselves and speak freely. Everything else is a masquerade. And this is purely off of the fear of them saying the wrong thing to the wrong person who they don't know whose side they're on. Even a person like me. Like they'll look at me and know I'm not in their secret society, but based on what they do and the history of these families and societies, they have to be on more guard than me about me because they don't know what secret society I'm part of. So we can have a casual conversation about blacks and Indians and Africans, and it'll sound really cool. And what they want to do, they want to refer to a book. They want to refer to what a linguist said or what someone in the college degree system said. Mind you, Masons. You ever seen me do that in different conversations and people keep referring to certain hard works? And then you check out the author and their degrees, and you're like, oh, we can only talk about it if the Brotherhood published the thing we can talk about. But if the Brotherhood didn't publish those connections or those mind maps, we can't talk about that out loud with the profane. Profane being anyone else that's not initiated into their thing. Now, mind you, a lot of those people get that initiation, but amongst them, there's others with more. Because sometimes masonry or certain lodges or brotherhoods is a prerequisite for something higher. And the crazy thing about that is, in order to get you high into Satanism, which I think Colombia just had a presidential thing about, which is weird, and Luciferianism, all the things that the white people ran with after Crowley, is that the minimum gate to that is masonry. All that other extra shit and all that other magic shit and all that 15-degree shit is usually in its own lodge. It's not the 3-degree lodge. It's not the gate. That 3-degree they get is day one. And then they level up through that and they have to travel or they have to go to other, they got to join other specialists. Like, oh, are you into this or are you into that? Or you working in industry or you're speculative or are you doing this or that? And then now you do that and you have that same group manifested in the entertainment business. Anything business is them. IBM, International Business, it's all them. Brotherhood. Now, when it comes to the poles, they have their own personal things. When it comes to their households and their families, they have their own personal things. Many of them who are not active, like, about that life that gets them other degrees, they're like, yeah, I'm a Mason, I'm this or that, but I haven't been to the lodge in like, 4 or 5 years. All they're saying is they're not running missions. Now, check this out as people who grew up with niggas in gangs and stuff, or just little hood affiliations. A nigga might be 24 years old, 25 years old, and he may not be doing missions no more. But trust me, if the brother he knows from that affiliation since he was 15 or 10 or 5 years old calls him at 26, 27, 28 years old, and he needs him to assist him with a mission, it's going to get done. Now imagine how much more serious that connection, that brotherhood is when there's millions of dollars involved with the dimensions and directions of things that uses that as a prerequisite to all the evil shit. Right, right. So you have that horizontally. You can go out there and start your own fucking quests and join secret societies and do whatever, right? Now you gotta do that vertically. People whose bloodline has been part of the same societies contemporary for over 100, 200, 300 years. Those are here. The Boston Tea Party was put together at the Green Dragon Lodge in Boston by Masons. That group. That group of Masons, not all Masons. Those Masons. Those people were Masons. Who did it? They were a secret society. The secret handshakes, dressed as Tomahawk Indians. You understand everything. Dressed as black people. Do the science. So you can deduce that the American Revolution people, since the agitator was a false flag produced by the Masons of that lodge, then the daughters of the American Revolution are the daughters of the people who benefited from that Masonic lodge in Boston. And then you go like some of the biggest lodges of Masonry are in Boston, Massachusetts. And then you go one more step, if you dare, that the largest group of Masons in the Americas are black people. And then you're going to start understanding the story I've been talking this whole night. You're gonna look at it a little bit different. You're going to spin that. You guys share GPT. Masons, not Freemasons. Masons are black. Let me say that's not true. Prince Hall, Freemasonry. Yep. Is Prince Hall in Boston? There's one here. Oh, I might start making some phone calls again, boy. Hold on. Of course they're here. Yeah, Prince Hall Masonry was formed in Boston, Massachusetts in 1775 during the time of the American Revolution, where Masons dressed up as Tomahawk Indians to false flag the betrayal of the kingdom. At the time in Boston in 1775, where the Black Freemasons in Prince Hall also have their lodge at. March 6, 1775, Prince Hall and others were initiated by Lodge number 441, an Irish constitution on King James at Castle William, now called Fort Independence. So that's a little clue right there, that a lot of those forts used to be castles ran by Moors in the Boston Harbor. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. White people, y'all ain't built none of those forts to go to war, you dumb bitch. That's you squatting on our castles. Anyway, so yeah, in the same Boston Tea Party year, The biggest cluster of Masons in that time period during that year are become members of. Remember, it's not all the Masons before and the members after. It's that the members of said thing then form part and join the Prince Hall Lodge after overthrowing King George III or whatever the fuck was going on in 1775. And it's crazy that Prince Hall Masonry, Boston, Massachusetts, starts during the American Revolution. So imagine these secret people from the North, these niggas from the North, for the past 250 years have operated as a secret society that overthrew the kingdoms prior ever since. So, you run into their grandkids today. And some of their grandkids who have the pride of the Boule thing or all the things from HBCUs, that's after 1920. But if they do their history, which is why they probably find channels like mine to find history or lore or artifacts, they get to the uncomfortable part of the narrative where it's like, no, your family wasn't slaves, but do you know why your family wasn't slaves? It's because they sold out mine. And then when I start talking like that and I start showing them that, without even saying that to them because I don't know their secret family, so I don't even know when I'm saying it to them. But they do. And they get fucking pussy hurt and butt hurt that I'm showing a negative light on the associations that some of their honorable family members or whatever. And there's no dishonor from them except for if the honor comes from fucking over niggas who this territory belongs to, then fuck you and fuck them. But that's why I'm saying I'm not talking about all people. I'm not talking about the Masons in Saudi Arabia during 1775. I'm talking about the fucking Masons at the Dragon Lodge that end up becoming Prince Hall. That has to be black people. So black people started the American Revolution. It's just you want to call them black or African American because Masons know what nationality is since they study genealogy. G. So wake your goofy ass up. These people pride themselves on their family lines as a culture and tradition, but today's people who join now may not have that cultural tradition, but they join it looking for answers to see where their cultural tradition lies in. And then a lot of these niggas hit a dead end because their dumbasses are fucking Hebrew Israelite descendants, not African slaves. Because who the fuck are these niggas that family go back to that time period who are not African slaves, but your family is? Now imagine if at that time your family is the African slave and their family in your lodge is not the African slave and there's no white people here who had slaves. The dumbass people you're taking oaths with. Wake your stupid ass up, part 5. And that's what I tell them. Like it or not, bitch, I'm not a Mason. That's not my demonstration. I'm pretty sure I have some fathers involved in creating and curating it, but I did not join that shit these years because why the fuck am I going to join something dedicated to my grandfather when I can just be me, something dedicated to my grandfather? That's just my attitude about it. They take that shit wrong. They take that shit personal. And it's like, you can't take me personal. You're studying my grandfather. I don't need that. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for him. I'm not looking for the benefits. I'm not looking for the spells. No. I'm looking for them. I'm looking for my actual family. You're looking for benefits and magic, probably. Have fun. It's like chasing the wind. We know you're never going to find it. But I talk from the perspective of knowing this is my family, and they don't like that. Black people don't like that. Black people who are Masons or affiliated with lodges or secret societies or whatever the fuck it is that got them protected from the Jewish cartel of law and paperwork, or whatever it is they do it for. And then the secret agenda that the bigger community they do it for, which actually have money and are actually rich, they have a whole different thing going on. They're just foot soldiers out here compared to them because their lodge politics is ran by them. And they don't even talk to them. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not even like a consultation. They're not on the golf court at the same time as the billionaire Negroes. The nigga that owned the weather channels, Byron Allen or whatever the fuck. You gotta look out for them niggas. The niggas that had BET, you gotta look out for them niggas. All them niggas who are like secretly double federal agents, all the civil rights niggas that survived, everyone else got killed and locked up. You gotta look out for them niggas. And then follow their names. At very least, find out who their daddy was and what he was politically affiliated with and which church he was affiliated with and where it was and what year it was, and then see how many people in this list of betrayal and coons are related, cuz. And the only way that can be true, that all the coons coon the same way that they do, is that they have something in common. Hi, secret society. Obviously, right? And if I'm wrong about all of that, and secret societies don't really exist that way, then what are they mad about? And that's how I feel, and that's how I sold it for 500, Alex. If I wasn't right about any of it, then what are they mad about? If they're not that, if they're not joiners, if that's not true, and that's not happening, aka mind your business, it has nothing to do with you, then what are they mad about? Why are they mad that I'm talking about metaphysics? Bitch, how many AI channels are dedicated to Neville Goddard? Like, are you reporting their channel? Are you trying to set them up? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many people are sharing you everything Goetia, Kabayan, Kalipov? Like, let's take a look at Brother Panic. Like, how many people are gonna copy and paste a Bobby Hemmett video and monetize it and not help him and make sure his health is straight? How come y'all don't step up and go to them niggas and find out who those niggas are? Stalk them niggas, DM them niggas, make weird phone calls on them niggas. But when it comes to a nigga who's the son of the king of America, I can't talk about it. If the fucking king, if the grandson of the king of America cannot talk about what the fuck's going on in America, my nigga, who the fuck can talk about it? And I'm like, everyone should talk about it. But I'm just saying, like, in their little secret society minds, if the son of the king of America can't talk about it, who the fuck's supposed to talk about it in our color? Right? Because I'm not talking about it as a former freed slave African trying to get reparations, which is why I lose a lot of black people, foundational black Americans. They have been sold the idea of reparations since the civil rights. And of course, they never got it because look who we're dealing with. But I'm the guy that tells you why. You can still pursue that. I think anyone who worked for free with these dickheads who didn't get their just due should get it. Absolutely. That is not the issue of our politics, though. The politics is we have an illegal foreign federal colonization of a Israelite kingdom. And John Smith is the king of that colony, and that is my 13th grandfather. So if my father is the first father here, then we are the first family here, and every other black HBCU, pedigree, noble, royal, most honorable pedigree story of the Americas. Because none of you niggas exist in King James English without King James' kid, King John. And that's my grandfather. And I told him that, and I told him that, and I told him that, and these dickheads still had an attitude problem and still do weird shit and still got weird on me. And A, B, C, D, E, F, G, F, G. And it doesn't even fucking matter at the end of the day. It only matters if I was just like a little hip hop kid that made beats and was a little nerd that teach you tutorials and you're really good at that. Fuck you and fuck your whole mother. We're really good at making fucking countries and empires too. We're really fucking good at running kingdoms and empires without you fags. So miss me with the bullshit. We're so fucking good at it. You have a secret society dedicated to hiding the books and studying them. Like, those are the dynamics. None of you motherfuckers are Hebrews or Israelites or speak Aramaic, yet all your science and books are. So you got that from my father. So understand everything. The Masons are squatting in libraries with the books that my family made from our libraries. That's why I can talk saucy about them, because you didn't write those fucking books, and those books are not fucking language. That means they came from our fucking fingers, which are ours, which is why they're fucking here in your lodge, because you stole them in Virginia. And wasn't Virginia the most hostile, racist, evil thing ever? Exactly. Now you understand. It went from us to that. That wasn't us that did that. Why would we be racist to ourselves? Like, do the fucking science on this. So yeah, the secret societies are rooted in the history of my family, and they act like my family or the true royals don't exist, and that tells me even the scarier thing about it. There's probably still a good secret society of families that know about our bloodline, but I'm talking about the ones that get famous and end up in our fucking face with attitudes. Them types, they gotta be associated with the sellouts. I'm talking about the sellouts from like 300 years ago, though. I'm talking about, remember, 1611 to 1775 is 150 years. So shit got rocky by 1750, documented well. Whatever that little 1700s is, where their ancestors come from, the people who are now benefiting from the chaos, and these Masons that are part of that, they're the fucking sellouts. So trust me, this ain't just about white people and Jewish people. I know who the fucking black sellouts are. It's implied that they join these lodges to join white and Jewish people. Even if the individual doesn't know. But the family members, they do. They know what type of coons they are. And that's the only type of coon they can be because this land ain't theirs either. They were never the kings. Or they would not be in a lodge, 501c3, placating to Napoleon's FBI and faggot ass Nazis. That's a long fall from maintaining the integrity of your bloodline from kings and royals to, being subservient and lapdogs for pedophiles. So obviously your character in this story ain't one of the good guys. I find these truths to be self-evident in this bitch. So yeah, like they already been spoke up, or they would have got rid of them their damn selves, pussy. So the fact that they don't get rid of these niggas, and yet we're the ones that's always dying, and yet they want to do Black History Month and HBCU and get black people together with education ass niggas. Meanwhile, the Rockefellers and Rothschilds and the Gates created education with these niggas, and they celebrating a fucking Jewish funded HBCU diploma. Like, do the fucking science one more time. They soft on these Jewish people, boy. They go to their schools and everything, more than white people do. Come on now. But I understand that. Slaves and mind washing and brainwashing. But for niggas who were born free, all that shit is optional. And these niggas are from the families who are born free. That's why I always ask y'all that question. How come they don't always talk about all the free black people that were in America before the Civil War? How come they talk about all the free black people during slavery? How come they talk about all the free black people before 1775 when it was clear that Imperial Majestic ran these colonies, meaning that all the free black people were part of the kingdom? How come we don't hear their stories from their damn kids? Oh, because they sold out their kingdoms. Yes. Follow, we're not a part 10, bitch. Talking about they slaves and they work hard. Nah, these lazy niggas got some other slaves to work for them. And then got into debt and sold out after triggering a war against the Rose. And then got a fucking credit card. And then they sold you white supremacy under Birth of a Nation. So we know what years they did it. That's black people behind that. But they're not black people because all black people are African Americans. All African Americans weren't slaves and all slaves, blah, 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 blah. No, they're the black people that happen to be part of the secret families that have been here for at least 300 years, who happen today to be Daughters of American Revolution, Eastern Stars, and Masons at the core of those groups. All the tertiary families and cousins and people have no idea what the fuck's going on. I can't never be talking about them. They don't know that the kings are black. But the people that do, the black people that know the kings are black, like, they're the sellouts. Such a fucking sellout because they're giving you this boohoo African slave story, but they know the kings are black. But they don't give you that story. But they have their books. One more time. Boohoo, sad story, African slave trade story, Civil War. All of them. HBCUs, all of them. Zulu Nation, all of them, all of them, all of them. Masons, Prince Hall, all of them, all of them, all of them. White man of slavery, boom, 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 boom. But all their lodges have a 501c3 with the white man of slavery. How about y'all finish the sentence? That the white man came to America and put the children of Israel into slavery. While you went to church on a Sunday talking about Christianity. Go ahead and finish the sentence next time, faggots. And that's why all of them become pastors and all that shit in the church too, the black ones. They all come with a church. they're honcho. Like T.D. Jakes. That's why T.D. Jakes hangs in parties with Masons. He's like, why is T.D. Jakes at a party? Why does T.D. Jakes know Jay-Z? Jay-Z don't give a fuck about church. Why does T.D. Jakes know this guy or this rapper? They're all Masons. There are Prince Hall Masons or something similar, or another set of it. There's probably more than two, but you know what I'm saying? They're in that degree. Solomon wannabes. Like, they want to be Hebrew Israelites. Instead of just telling the truth and saying that this is a Hebrew Israelite territory, since America is the promised land, and according to Masonic texts, they know Tamari or land of the eagle or angels is America, and you learn that from Masons. So imagine black pre-Hall, Prince Hall Freemasons who know the Masonic history of the Americas know that this is where the Bible took place, but they go to church on Sunday talking about black African slave Christians. Do you see the loop I'm making? That they have to lie and deflect and deceive and tell that narrative, but who benefits from that narrative? Besides hiding the sellouts and these bitch ass covert narcissists and the grandwise narcissist who acts like he knows how to run the world as long as these niggas are at bay, but meanwhile they go bankrupt and broke together. Y'all crazy. You be trying to figure out why your favorite rappers get a chance to get all these companies and all these opportunities. You asking the wrong question. Fuck how many CDs they sold. What degree of masonry did they finally get to? We the best. He's surrounded by Masons. We should ask DJ Khaled, Mister. I don't want to talk about Palestine, but I'm Palestinian. What degree Masonry you in? What degree Masonry you in, Prince Hall? Which degree Masonry you in, Rick Ross? What degree Masonry you in, Memphis Bleak? What degree Masonry you in, Jay Z? What degree Masonry y'all in, Young Guru? What degree Masonry y'all in? And when y'all gonna bring these degrees of Masonry to the black people and the black children? You know, since it gets you guys so close to prosperity and money and options and opportunities, why don't you just bring masonry to niggas in the hood? So you're gatekeeping. You come to the hood, to the single mother projects, and give out turkeys and Xboxes. But all the black boys and all the black men out there, I get it, you're competition. It doesn't fucking matter what happens to them. So black supremacists are worse than white supremacists because betrayal is the only attack you cannot prepare for. It's black people sabotaging black people for the past 100 years at the very least. But I can make a strong case for the American Revolution, aka I can make a strong case that the betrayal of black people by black people led to the United States of America. 1828, the Americas, Copper Code, applied to indigenous and aboriginals and later applied to descendants of the Europeans. Oh, yeah, descendants of Europeans that came to America. Which ones? Was there black people in Europe during that time? Absolutely. I got all their pictures of them fucking white girls. Was it Indians fucking white girls? Was it Moors fucking white girls? There's these old different type of pedigree niggas. Bad built, fat necks, curly tight hair, you know, dressed like white people. That wasn't us. 1611. All those paintings is at the end of the 1700s. They're celebrating Christmas, so they must be Christians. Yeah, they can never be Israelites. Hebrew Israelites would never be fucking Christians unless they're forced to convert. So for a black Christian to exist and his first religion is Christianity, go to hell, nigga. Don't be using our God in our book, nigga. No one fucking asks you what you believe. So, and that's unique with black people. White people and Jewish people, we know you ain't in that book. Y'all niggas is on something else. But the people who swear on Bibles are the people who betrayed the people who brought the Bible here. Because I am King John's grandson, and none of these motherfuckers send me birthday presents. So I grew up around a bunch of fucking sellouts, hypocrites, and betrayers of my ancient family, 250 years ago. I mean, it's cool. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe to know that these particular niggas in power of politics and corporations and businesses, I feel relieved knowing that me and my brothers and everyone else of the have-nots are not tripping. Like, yeah, these motherfuckers sold us out. These motherfuckers sold us out way before they had a chance to go. They joined these teams and these agreements and weird bars and parties with or without our consent. We black people, we are not a democracy either. But you know what I'm saying? When the narrative about us and our people and they start framing everything as black Americans versus you think that these people who get to the top of the black American ladder are gonna have the aptitude and competence and the heart to do something better for their own people and they never do and you see that loop and you can't figure it out and hopefully I gave you the key to it. These are the descendants of fucking sellouts. That meaning they've been selling out longer than they've ever been righteous. Like they don't get to this country unless they sold out the Hebrew Israelites. as well as the white people who weren't here. These are the niggas that came here who weren't here. Which is probably why they fight so much against the Indian thing, because they need to be damn right. If your grandmother ain't Indian and ain't no Indian blacks in your territory or your family, then damn right. You ain't Indian, you faggot. Then take your dumb ass back to where the fuck you come from. Where's Blackadonia? Because I don't know where black people come from. Where's Blackadonia? You dumb bitch. I can see if you're African or something, you named actual nationality, heritage, or a tribe, but they get stuck on the black idea. These niggas. Because they don't have no hereditamists, no birthright claims, and maybe their grandmothers are simply just not Indian enough. And that's fine by me. We got our own niggas to worry about. So let them niggas have it. Let them and their little Jewish friends and their white boys have this little fiat betrayal paper castle that they've created for the last 150 years. And watch what happens when something like a paper castle catches fire. You see, they all silent now. They ain't making no new money. They cooked. Will they only be cooked if they're not righteous, though? They only be cooked if they betrayed my family. I'm only cursing people that cursed us. Fuck them. This ain't their territory. I don't feel no kind of way about telling them to go fuck themselves. They ain't blacker than me. They ain't more of Solomon than me. They ain't more of a Mason than me. They ain't more than any of that shit to me. And I'm just born like that. And then I exhibit it as within, so without. And I did it without them. And I did it with them working against me. And I did it with them watching me. And I did it with them clocking me. Meaning, not only can I succeed as far as I want to go without they bitch ass, but I did it in front of them trying to stop me. So imagine if we didn't have all these fucking handicaps and obstacles from a bunch of bitch ass niggas. And that's just me, let alone the rest of my brothers. So yeah, I seen it for what it is. If those people named aren't Masons and I'm mistaken, so be it. But I bet you they are. And even if they're not, what would it matter? Why are they not in Africa if they're not going to help us? I'm not playing their fucking politics, their Democrats, their beliefs, their Sunday church when it's convenient. I'm not playing none of that black woman shit, black man shit when it comes to this territory, knowing who we are. Like, y'all could take all that black shit with the Jewish shit and the Israel shit, and y'all pick your own country or island to live together in then, since y'all love this shit so much. But take your own children with you. You'll see. So it'll show up in their genetics. They'll start dying too. They already are though. But you know what I'm saying. You see them get sick. You see everyone I'm talking about getting sick. Mm-hmm. People start changing their diet and juicing and working out way too hard for 50. That's usually a sign of a blood disease. So, you know, something about science. Motherfuckers will lie to you, especially if they're in secret societies paid to lie to you. But certain things are timeless. Like, you don't need the words. You don't need confirmation, is what I'm saying. You just, wow, you're on that side at least. You don't find no problem with that side you're on. Okay. Well, I'm not here to save you. I'm not a missionary. I'm not a Christian. I'm not part of the Vatican. I'm part of the Vedic Khan. Sold separately. So, we didn't convert people. We just simply ended them. You feel me? Ain't no war coming. Ain't no guns coming. God ain't sending no UFOs or lasers for us. We don't need that. Y'all didn't finish reading that book. Let me explain to you what's happening. So from Abraham all the way until Jesus, there's an evolution happening within Israel. Between their own kingdoms and all their different versions of travel and captivity and everything they learn in those moments. When you read that story, you're going to start to see the stack appear that you probably didn't notice before in this context. Remember, Adam starts, he's in a garden. Everything we assume as a tutorial, if you will, just that state, right? Not the actual story. The story doesn't tell you the eyewitness account. It's not POV. But in that state, he's hand to hand with gods, if you will. Like he's being guided by something that's already supreme intelligence. So he's not starting from school. He's not starting from colonization. And even in that state,